Maddie, you are exactly on time. Well, go on in. How are you today? How was your day so far? Did you just change your color? Feed the bunnies. Yes. That happened. Interesting sentence to say, but yeah. It looks different on my side, which is interesting. It looked like you were brighter, and then your second message is a tad dull. I don't know if it will show on the Mac. Sassy, hi. Brutal, hi. How are you both? Welcome on in. Good time zone to you too. It's fine. Yeah. Yeah.
I feels resubscribed for 2 months. AAOAHI.
Damn. Hi. Thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. How are you? How have you been? Brutal, that's good news, but still. Please take care of yourself. Sorry, that song was not good. Was not good? Wasn't good. One of those days, yes. You know, one of those days too. We've done a lot of things. We have like at work, as we talked about it before, but at work we are redefining the positioning and the product and a lot of things, and so it take. What do you mean chat wasn't working? Again, feels chat was working, or at least it was for me. I don't know. Brutal, appreciate the jealousy. But yeah, no, redefining, restructuring, indeed. And so basically what's happening is we have a singular product that we've had.
_2 shoes just gifted 5 subs.
Damn it. There is a hype sub train thingy going. Maddie, thanks a lot for the prepayment. Appreciate it. You got what you're looking at, which is good. Marlon as well. Ben B. Mayer, Ben D. Mayers, which you know, KDJ and Christian both, which is good. Welcome to all of these. But yeah, thanks a lot for the gifted, and we are now at level 283%. You know the goal. The goal is always to hit the 69%. So let's move on to the level 3 and stay there at 69%. But yeah, all go all the way up to 69%. 69 level 69 hype train, right? Could be nice. It won't happen ever in this chat. I can tell you. I think the highest that we've been at has been level 4. I think. Not even. I don't even think it is. Anyways, thanks a lot for the gift. I appreciate it. I appreciate it a lot. Phils, have you... What is your browser? Because now, if you've seen the Twitter things about Twitch...
Sasai Catastrophe just resubscribed for 2 months. 2 months of learning and vibing and getting design goals.
Sasai Catastrophe? Sasai? Sasai? Really? Sassy, thanks a lot for the resub, I appreciate it. Level 3, 10%. 10%. Yeah, so if you've seen, Phils, if you've seen the tweets of Twitch, basically they just said, anyone that doesn't use Firefox, Edge, or Chrome, fuck you. And that's it. If you have, like, they basically said we do not support anything else than these big three. I think even Safari is not supported, which is weird. So, yeah, basically, I mean, I have like a screenshot in the... Maddie, where is it? Is it in the cheat chat thingy or is it somewhere else? I forgot. Right there. That's it. I know, but they say Brave, fuck off. Same thing. It's just weird. They just say we don't support your browser. And this one was taken on Opera.jx, which is pushed by a lot of streamers as affiliated with Twitch, right? Twitch streamers saying Opera.jx is a sponsor of the channel, and now it doesn't work for you as a streamer. It's just so dumb. I don't understand that move. Yeah, I'm out of lots of words. Anyways, it's just they are piling up things, or have been piling up things for the past months, and specifically the last like 3 weeks, that just push everyone away. And I don't understand why they do this. It just makes no sense to me. It's like they are trying to make sure that everyone is living soon, and they make it as easy for you to say, yeah, it's not a good platform for me anymore. Which is not I mean, it's a weird business model. I don't understand it. It's just yeah, I don't know, it's so weird. Anyways, Sassy, so a lot of reorganizing things is currently happening, and Maddie, thank you for being ready. I say I will end this reorganizing discussion, and then we can go on Discord. And yeah, so I've been like in full day meetings with one person for the past 2.5 weeks, basically. 5 days a week from 9:30 to somewhere around 4 or 5, every day of the week, full day, thinking about how to plan things out and doing like the bits. Appreciate it. And yeah, it's a bit annoying. Hypertrain? Okay. Appreciate it. But yes, for I mean, I can't really say example, but right, we've been working on Miro, trying to create flows of things and things that work and taking inspiration and all that. So this is basically 2.5 weeks ago, right there. And then we moved and tried things out and created flows and things, and a lot of work. Feels good, Pagamo. Oui. Hypetran. I think it's train de hype en français. Train de hype is very weird. Very much weird. Anyways, so this is the whole thing that is tiring me so much for the past 3 weeks. But it's good progress overall. Overall, it's good progress. I can't deny that. So we'll see where it goes. Basically, what happened is we went from the current product to defining that it wasn't as good, or it was too complicated for the user, then asking why it was too complicated for them, and then the feedback that they gave us directed us to, oh, we need to change our basic model to get something that makes more sense for the user and more sense for the company in the long run. And so we are now simplifying and like centralizing things into basically a singular feature rather than 5, and making sure that that feature on its own is able to cover 95 to 110% of the use case. So it's nice. It's nice. I mean, it's a good thing overall, right? It has a good soul, even though I don't like it. Anyways, so today, because of the title, thank you for the zoom. Because of the title, if you haven't seen, we are testing things out, and Maddie will join us on Discord in a second, because we want to talk about Atom. If you don't know, Atom is basically StreamerBot, but for Mac. It's also work on PC, but it's available on Mac. The difference between StreamerBot and Atom is not free, but Atom is like the equivalent of a Twitch sub per month. I don't have a comment, Maddie, not yet. But if you have a link, please share a link. But yeah, it's a very simple overall software that basically give us the ability of StreamerBots directly on Mac with a UI that is a bit more digest than the StreamerBot UI. But so far, I just downloaded it this morning, and we'll see. We'll see how that works and does thing, not does thing, all that. So we're testing things out. Carnax, hi, welcome on in. Yeah. The thing that I did also before I started the stream today is re-download OBS 27. the latest version of OBS 27 to be able to have all the things that we need in directly in OBS to check things out. So as always, right, we are on phone camera because right now we need that. We don't need anything else, and we need, however, to understand how this is working. So we'll have a look at this. Maddie already having experience with that will probably help, and also want me to take a look at things. So we'll see what we can do. For this goal, though, I guess direct call would be easier. Oh, sorry, that's new. I did the Windows update, and there are some things that are cool. I see you typing. So I don't know. Yeah, you will hear me on the call, but then you will have a delay on what you see probably. So that's annoying. But let me start set voice call, which fucks with my headphones every fucking time. I can hear you a bit. I think I have some issues with the where is it? Here. Okay, good. So the question for the one who are in the chat is, can you hear Maddie? So, in the meantime, Maddie, can you introduce yourself?
Oh, I should introduce myself.
I mean, if you want to.
Well, I'm coming through on stream, so yeah. My name is Maddie Two Shoes. They're saying I'm quiet. And I stream in A's team, The Claw. I'm currently on a stream break.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, maybe they don't know that you're in a team. I don't know.
They don't know that I'm in a team. I mean, if they are on the Discord, they know, but they don't read what I post on the Discord anyway, right? So.
Well, anywho, so yeah, I've been streaming on Twitch almost 2 years, and we are gonna chat a bit about my entire stream rebuild. So I've taken a break to attend to real life stuff, but also at the same time, I've decided that after I revamped the stream about a year ago, I would like to revamp it again, but from scratch. So basically trash everything, literally everything, reset, possibly even reset my Mac to stock too.
Everything.
Completely fresh, no weird old plugins, etc., etc.
Yeah.
And yeah, I made a pretty severe Miro diagram on stream. Yep. With all the stuff that I currently use to show dependencies and stuff like that. And now the question kind of why I wanted to pick your brain. We can talk about Atom too, of course, if you want to know more about it. The biggest thing is definitely around design of the overlay. I have some ideas in particular, and I'm curious about how you would implement them.
Yeah. So if you want to, if you have sketches or things like this, feel free to share them either on the Discord thing or somewhere. If it's just in your head for now.
Yeah. For now,
Then explain them.
For now, just in my head.
Good.
But I can go into a little bit of detail about what I'm kind of after as an overall concept, let's say.
Yep.
So, and most people, I guess, haven't seen my stream before.
No, I can pull it up just so.
Yeah, maybe
pull up.
Maybe just pull up what it looks like. But basically, until now, the design system was based around one sort of core palette of colors, which are Bermuda and the pink, and then pretty much there's also an orange thrown in there. You won't see any. Yeah, the VODs are expired now. Because of the 14 days. Yeah, 14 days. So, but the clips, you'd be able to see clips. So,
yes, I'm trying to find one of the 30 days latest type. I guess this is one of the latest. You're not in a bunny suit most of the time, but still.
I'm not always in a bunny suit. But yeah, basically, if you kind of look at the overall concept, then I had like this camera overlay, which had a little bit of interactivity to it. With the speech visualizer, I had a lot of hard corners, so no rounded corners actually. Overall, like the design was actually very harsh, very little opacity, based on only these sort of 3-4 colors. And the new system is going to be a complete departure from that. So I want to work with actually everything that is a bit more soft.
Good.
and rounded more, and a little bit less harsh, because data is already a really harsh topic.
That is true.
But yeah, so basically the idea around that is to come up with a design system that works visually, is just a little bit less harsh on the eyes. That's the first thing. Hey, Kat.
Yes, I was about to say the same thing. Okay. And Hyacinth version as well.
Dust is
I
now
would
following.
say, Dust, thanks a lot for the follow. I appreciate it. I would say the one of the most complicated thing that you could achieve would be to get the to get the data and the thing that you're showcasing in a different format, right? Because you're using tools and apps and things that have already designs in them, and you basically wouldn't be really able to you're always able to do so, but it would be annoying to just restyle the website to match with the overlay. So my question would be, what are the apps that you are using today and the thing that you will showcase on stream the most? And do we want to break from these designs, or do we want to make them disappear into the overlay?
So that's a very good question. And actually, that's a good point about that. So overall, I'm actually going to go in the direction that, because I topically have kind of 3 main streams. I don't know if this is the best word, but there's like 3 stream types that I do. So there's basically very instructional streams where I'm working on something and everyone in chat is working with me on it, like helping me because I'm useless at programming. Except
Same,
SQL.
don't worry. Same.
Except SQL, where I can run anyone around the block on that. But it is like collaborative in some way. So I'm maybe talking to someone, or I'm, yeah, like there's going to be another person there essentially, or multiple people, which would be like a support for maybe even guest star if it gets released to everyone, or at least multiple participants. So like more interactive. And the third is more chatting, like data cafe type content, where I'm like showing a few things, but the conversation is the focal point. And around that concept, I basically thought of kind of actually coming up with a sort of microservice architecture for how to build all the overlays and streams together. That basically there would be one guiding line through everything. So there would be fundamentally one base theme that would be present throughout all of the scenes, with some very, very minor exceptions for all the memes, of course. But there would be basically that recurring theme, kind of like you have a little bit with your background now on the scene that you're showing, a little bit like that. So that there's always that kind of red thread, as we call it.
Still, like you have the logo on the side, and then if I move here, I still have the logo, but it's behind. If I move here, I still have the logo, but it's behind.
You can still see it. You can still see it even though your camera's full frame. There's a very small border. And so I want to have that stream, and then I want to have basically, that's like the base architecture for everything, and then all of the microservices are kind of the individual stylings or assets for all of the other types of streams. So if you would imagine, for example, I have a scene that I had until now, which was a fake ad, where I was talking about just the numbers, and I actually would have a fake ad recording, and there could be a second addition to that where, you know, the but wait, there's more. So there could be two individual scenes in that kind of grouping. And they would have to share a common theme, but they would be very different from the other kind of microservices, right? So you have one core, think of it like in terms of company branding, you would have one core CI/CD branding cohesiveness theme, and then you would have maybe microsites for like different campaigns or different types of products that company sells, in a way. So you would still recognize that even on the ad scene, you would still recognize that it's my stream. You would still recognize the base styling. But you would, of course, the individual scene could look quite different. So easy,
so basically, right? No, it's pretty easy overall, but it's just how do you switch
so in terms of
from
the
one to the
types,
other? Does that happen?
So in
during
terms
one
of the
stream?
different type, that's a really good point. So during a stream, if we were to draw a timeline of a stream, right, there would be like an arrow moving from left to right through the stream, and then there's these occasional times when it goes off into one of those other scenes and then comes back to that fundamental arrow base. That's kind of, so for example, there would be the ad read scene where I do a weird thing, or there's a classroom scene where I'm on a laptop and it sounds like I'm coming out of the laptop speaker. Or there's the one where I'm on the billboard in the middle of traffic. And those are, that's kind of the point, is that those are basically other locations almost. I mean, maybe they should be called locations, but that's the first thing I guess to mention is this is the kind of cohesion I'm looking for. And I haven't really, I want to keep the color more or less. That's actually an important thing, is that I want to stick more or less with the color palette, but there could be more added. I could definitely see more colors.
So the question about would you move to one like sub scene to another during one singular, like just chatting stream, for example, is because if it wasn't the case, we could create like a scene collection per basically microservice, as you say, and so if you know that on Monday, for example, you are streaming on this microservice, then you load that scene collection, and so you don't have more stuff. And then if you stream just chatting, then you have just this. But because you are telling me that you will probably switch between things during the stream and having like branching from the main topic, yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point though about the scene collection. So in terms of OBS optimization, having separate scene collections for something like maybe even just 2 scene collections, or possibly 3, but for those different types of streams, saying like, for example, Friday's Data Cafe stream is a scene collection of type C, right? Does it mean that OBS is technically more performant because it doesn't have to preload a lot of assets? Is that what you're saying?
Kinda, yeah. I mean, on Mac, I don't exactly know. That's the thing. I don't know yet, but I know it on PC. It's the case. I'm guessing it's kind of the same thing on the Mac. But the thing that needs to happen, and that's the annoying thing, is you need to load OBS, switch scene collection, kill OBS, and then restart it to not load the other scenes. So if you, let's say you were in Data Cafe the previous day, if you reload OBS, you will be in Data Cafe. That's the thing. And if it's another type of stream that needs to happen, then you need to load the new scene collection, and the Data Cafe scene is already loaded. So in terms of performance, it's not.
When you change scene collection, you can do it on the fly.
Yeah, same thing on Windows. It's just
mine is broken though currently. Yeah. The other thing to mention is that there is a parallel to this entire world, which is that I also use OBS for my normal calls through Zoom, etc.
Yeah.
And I think I would probably do that with profiles rather than scene collections.
I would,
because it's just straight up camera microphone, more or less.
Yeah, but I would just tell you to just do like a scene collection rather than another profile. Switching a profile is heavy for OBS with big air quotes, but yeah, I mean the profile itself is basically the settings of OBS, rather than the scene collection is just the content that is displayed. And so it's I don't know.
I could also design the entire thing in one scene collection. I don't think it's a particular issue to use one scene collection. That's maybe super nitty-gritty, but in terms of like how my OBS is built, actually OBS won't have a lot of sources in it per se, because I use another piece of software next to Atom to handle all of the media assets. So I don't need to actually have I don't need to have each media asset in its own source. I have it in a one source, or I have it in one source, and then it's triggered via rules and things like that, probably. So I can give you an example of what would happen on a stream. Would be, for example, we're working in DataGrip, which is like my favorite IDE on the planet, doing some data SQL stuff, like writing code essentially. Then I would flip over maybe to my browser where I have some kind of data visualization up, something like that. And then someone would redeem a SAD redemption with a channel point, and that would auto switch me to a SAD overlay. Keeping the branding and stuff, but showing like, I don't know, cry music and black and white and raindrops, whatever. And then it would scroll back, it would go back to that main thread. And that's, I think a lot of streams follow that logic. So
I'm
that's
thinking about Finite right now.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly, with the clones. It's similar mechanic. And yeah, I fundamentally don't have like, there's a few different modes within that base stream mode, I guess, is like, okay, there's like full screen mode, there's like side panel mode, side by side mode. There's maybe like 3 or 4 different options there, but yeah, that would be relatively minor changes. Those would be quite small in comparison. Yeah.
Okay.
Canimacious just resubscribed for 12 months. Less than 3, less than 3, less than 3, less than 3.
Hey, thanks a lot for the resub. I appreciate it. So you have. I was about to say you're in luck. No, I have had an entire thing that was the most complex stream overlay that I created, and it entirely crashed my computer at some point because it had too many subscenes. So it was nice though.
I mean,
it was nice.
My whole shtick, like most people, is basically nested scenes, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Where individual assets live in individual nested scenes, and you can have 2 or 3 layers of nesting.
Yep.
Where you have like base assets like the drop game, and then the drop game gets included in another type of roll-up nesting, and then that nesting gets included in final scenes, for example.
Yep.
And the main reason I do that is because of filters, because you can apply source level filters and scene level filters, and sometimes one or the other is necessary depending what you want to do. So I'd be curious about your opinion on what you think in terms of a look, like just maybe doing a rough sketch or something. That's the one thing. The other thing that I'm curious about is I have a particular idea around alerts that I do not know how to implement yet, and I was curious if you would know the best way of doing it. I know that it's technically possible, it's just a question of how to do it.
Yeah, so before we do rough sketches or whatever in terms of Figma stuff, for the alerts section, you have basically 2 options. You have the option of building them directly inside of OBS and the option of building them in another software like Stream Elements or Streamlabs or whatever, and using that. So that's basically the 2 things. I mean, you have a third one, which is you create a browser source on your own with like a WebSocket that
like Panther
speaks with
like
OBS. Panther did. But I mean, I wouldn't be able to help on that. So from what I can tell you, is the first 2.
Basically, I want to get rid of all third-party services, with the exception of Atom and Memebox, and possibly 2 or 3 other ones like clip shoutout things. But eventually, those features will be in one of those 2 tools. So the alerts actually will be handled. The triggering will be handled via Atom. But the actual assets will be in OBS. And I think that's the only way to do it for what I want to achieve as well. So yeah, depending on your preference, if you want to talk quickly about the alerts before the sketching stuff, that's also fine with me.
I can't really, I mean, it depends. What type of alerts are we talking about? Because, as I said, I don't have a lot of skills in terms of codes, and so I would recommend Stream Elements most of the time. Which, because you just said that you want to go away from third parties, then it might not match.
So it's more. So let me explain the system. Basically, it's Twitch's entire mantra is one-upping everyone else. So, like with the uncapped hype trains now, right? They want people to do more and more and more. And actually, I'm going to play into that, not because of the monetary aspect, but because everything has a ranking to it.
Yeah.
So basically, there will be one core animation. I will get to that in a second. And everything is ranked in terms of severity for that animation. So a follow is the lowest severity because it's the easiest thing to do. and 100 gifted would be probably the largest severity
I
because
guess
it's
yes.
the most expensive and absurd. And then raids are somewhere on a maybe a separate, slightly different path, but
Yeah.
yeah, basically everything has a sort of severity rating from 0 to 1. And the core animation, so why I say severity, the core animation is basically the stream gets completely shaken up. So we're talking about a kind of earthquake-like effect, with or without individual assets moving differently and stuff like that. I don't know how far we're gonna go with it yet, but it's not just gonna be a screen shake. It's gonna be a proper. The camera might do a more of a pulse. The screen background might wobble. Like it might be slightly different implementations, but essentially it's disruption.
Okay.
Because that's actually what those things do to your stream, is they disrupt your stream. If you think
that is true. That is true.
Yeah. So that's the core idea.
So in the technical aspect, it is absolutely feasible, as you said. That is true. The thing that I'm thinking about is, or that I have in mind, is this from VBI, which is the hype meter, which basically define the level of hype of your stream based on the activities. So if the chat is active, then there is more hype, and if there is like follows, subs, raids, all that, the hype is going up. So basically, same concept in the background, but you have more granularity in the creation and the movement and the animation that goes with it. Right now, it's just like a range of things with levels,
exactly.
but you want a bit more. So as right, technically, it's feasible. Would it be wise for us to just buy the hype meter for $15 and then see how it's created? And now we have a raid from ADHD Designer.
Ad Designer raided my stream with 27 viewers.
Shannon!
Hi Shannon, welcome on in. How are you? How is your stream? Thanks a lot for the raid, I appreciate it. We are speaking with Maddie on Discord at the moment. I was in your stream lurking earlier while I was in the meeting, Shannon, so I hope you're good. And yeah, for anyone who doesn't know me, hi, I'm AO, I am the helping designer, currently helping as expected.
NeoV is now following.
We do a lot of design stuff, so if you have any design question, feel free to ask, and I will do my best to help. And NeoV Akuma, thanks a lot for the follow, I appreciate it.
Akuma1311 is now following.
So yeah, I'm currently talking about stream overlay, so if that's a thing that Shannon wants to do at some point, do that. Craig, thanks a lot for the follow.
Craigie Dizzle is
right.
now following.
It does disrupt the stream.
Yeah, so that's how I came to that idea, was basically a stream is like a linear thing, right? You have a start and an end. Eventually they can be very long, but there is a start and end point. And basically if you track the stream across a line, then every action that happens, I mean, chat is a sort of permanent thing, but every follow, every raid, every sub, every gifted sub, every bid, host, every super cheer, every host, all of those different things are disruptions, but they're good disruptions. They don't have to be negative in that sense. But what I'm curious about is on like the implementation side of things, is like, do you just have a filter on each of your source elements, and then there's like 5 different filters based on the severity, and then you trigger those filters based on severity? Or like, how does this hype meter work? I'm guessing it's doing some kind of calculation in the background. No.
So yeah, the hype meter, the way that it works, I don't exactly know because I didn't board it yet. But it tracks the subs, the follows, the raid and host, the bits and donation. It doesn't really track chat. I thought it tracked chat at some point, but maybe I made something up. I don't know. But yeah, it's basically an event listener, and depending on if I remember correctly, it's just an event listener telling you have a new follow, and then you have after a certain amount of time, the hype meter goes down because you didn't have like a lot of follows in the past 15 minutes, and so it just goes back down. So it's just on a delay. So in terms of implementation, it's basically on Atom, I would say it's creating a rule or a listener, event listener type of thing, and just saying when this happened, then you triggered that filter. And because you said, that's where it starts to be a bit more complicated, because you said it's on an element basis on the stream overlay.
Exactly.
More complicated.
So it gets more complicated. Essentially, there's like a sort of lookup for, and that's what Atom is really good about, is there's a sort of lookup for the severity. So
yeah,
if the follow, it would trigger a follow specific severity. And then for gifted subs, there would be a range, like between 1 and 100 essentially, would dictate the severity. And then, you can have like those are stored as variables in Atom. So actually on the 1, 2, 3, 4th, I think it's the fourth one from the top. You have these variables and they can store values, and those values can be changed as part of the rules. So
yes, I was looking at Sam when you pointed it to me when he was talking about the heart rate meter thingy.
So exactly.
I guess the rules
you
are
can store the last value compared to the last value, because that's the thing as well. It's like if I get a raid with 10 people and then I get another raid with 10 people, I can decide if I want it to react more severe or the same based on the previous thing.
And if it's like a rate of 10 or a rate of 100, maybe not the same exact reaction, even though I don't know.
Exactly.
That's a bit weird.
Yeah, that's the thing. So if we just consider like shake as an effect, right? What is the easiest way to adjust the severity of shake without having to have, I don't know, 50 different shake animations filters set up,
Well, you can't really. I mean, you can with move transition. That's the only option. To define things. Basically, for example, when I'm on the BRB scene, right? This one, you can see some of the specifics. So my logo, the outline that is like the title that is rotating, the camera, the background, all that, and then the chat. As soon as I press the theme button, which is right here, and I turn to the light mode, you can see that the logo turns to black, the text turns to black, the background turns to white, the chat turns to white, and the text inside of the chat turns to black to go on the white background. All these things are basically one filter per element that is triggered inside of StreamerBot in a folder, and I have the 8 things triggered at the same time. The thing is, it's not impacting just this scene. It's also impacting my just chatting scene. It's also impacting my starting soon scene, because the text around the camera is different. So all of these things are or need to have the filter applied. So on StreamerBot, and I guess it's the same thing on Atom, it is basically inside of OBS, you define on each element the amount of things that you want, and then inside of the tool that you use, you say if event, then trigger, and trigger the filters. And so if you
but like in your case, the logo rotation, for example. So the rotation speed of the text around the logo, if you wanted to change the speed of that rotation, it's not possible, because that's one individual asset, right?
It could be done.
How? That's what I'm saying. Like how?
So
How would you do that? What would be
If you
the way
talk
to
about-
go about doing that?
If you talk about the logo that is this one, the vertical one on the side that is always scrolling, it's a scroll filter basically. So on here, let me create a new scene so that you can see that.
Or the text around the text on your BRB one that goes around.
The text
circle.
around the
I was also
camera would
thinking
be
of that one.
a bit more complicated to do. Kane, good job. 100k channel point. You're the first one, I think.
What? Nice.
So let's see. I had like some issues with Google Drive lately, so I am scared of the thing that I will have. We are
Google
in...
Drive on Mac. Best thing ever.
Yeah, no, it just crashed yesterday, and it said, you know what? Starting today, you can't connect anymore. Okay. I couldn't do anything.
Fortunately, I've set it to be offline storage permanently, even if it loses connection or if I quit the app, so that my assets don't just disappear.
I know I have it streamed. I think it's better overall. So you probably can't see shit, but right.
I can see it. It's all right. I mean, but basically,
so you have
here you would apply the scroll effect.
So you go in filter and you say you need a scroll. Okay, so right, that's a scroll. You have a scroll. That's it. That's the only thing that you need. And then, in order to get your values, you do a move value. And so let's say a scroll dash. There's two L's dash default, which is our base. And so,
like a 10 or something, I don't know.
Right, we use this, we use all the settings, and we say, well, it's a vertical scroll, and we need that to be at, I don't know, let's say 40, right? We put that at 40, and that's it. And so far, nothing happened. And then we want the custom duration to not exist, and we want that to be start trigger when enabled. That's the thing that we need, just settings. From here, you say you want it to go faster, so you duplicate it, and you say medium or med, and then instead of 40, you put it at, I don't know, 120, like way faster. And so that's it, and then you make it, I don't know, blazing fast.
Blazing fast, 300.
And so you make it, something like 300, 320, right? I don't know. I don't want to know. So you have this, right? And so right now, nothing happened. But I can say if I trigger default, it has that very subtle scroll, which is at 40 by 40. Where are my things? Here. And if I trigger medium, it starts to go faster. As always, it's very small differences because we have very small values right now. And if I do blazing fast, which is not absolutely blazing fast, let's make that blazing fast for sure.
That's really cool. So you can basically use Atom to toggle between those filters. That's no problem. That's easy. So actually,
500 is our base. So actually what you need is, instead of the scroll thing, you need the shake per item.
Yeah, so you just need a plugin that does the shake effect, essentially.
And then, so you have the shake effect on OBS shader filter. In your shader, you have, in your file, you should have...
Is that also on Mac? Really?
Yeah, I am on Mac right now.
Yeah, I was just wondering about that.
So there is one, I just don't fucking know where it is. It is available. Maybe it's drunk is not the thing, but there is one. That's the only thing that I know. There is one that gives you the ability to do.
Well, okay, just do it with drunk, and we could just try it with drunk.
Let's use. I hate when that happens. So this is a .effect file, so I think Right, yeah.
Trump's the one we use on Greg's stream. The secrets are leaking. That's hilarious.
I forgot. Now the... Sorry. Just right now, it just doesn't want me to...
I've never gone this deep into this one, so I wouldn't know.
It's supposed to do the thing directly, but right now, because it's Mac, right now, because I'm trying to get it to work, it doesn't.
It's Murphy's Law, right?
Yeah.
So the effect needs to be applied directly to something, right?
You can apply them to a scene as well if you wanted to, right? It's
yeah.
I mean, it's a filter, so
I could apply it to like the mini nested scene. So like once I have my entire camera set up, for example, with the particular overlays or something that I want with the camera,
you can easily change things. You know what?
You're gonna find it now, aren't you?
I want to. I mean, there is a displace thing, but it's just not the thing that we need, and the blur is just trash, anyways. So, I guess displace would work, but because OBS Mac just want to get rid of things, if I displace, I don't know, 140%, does that work? No, it doesn't. Of course, it doesn't. I hate all of these windows not staying. Like on Windows, it just stays above everything until you say okay and you close it. But no, on Mac it just goes away, and that makes no sense. So this is the displacement thing, which will give you the ability to then displace and do things. Potentially you could have stuff moving, but also if I find a shake one, it's just, you know what, I know where it is. Just give me a second.
I'll bear with you.
It is in the OBS shit, which is right there, which is in the shader filter pack, which is right now breaking my computer. Good.
Yes.
So we should have...
Oh yeah. Wait, glitch? Is that the one?
Glitch is good, but it's not the one that I'm looking for. And of course, I think it's on the... Yeah, well, you know what? That's what happened. Good. Fuck me.
Good thing it's not the OBS that you're using to stream, right?
No. I'm streaming from the PC anyway, so it's fine.
Perfect.
I mean, everything is missing and all that. Right now, the Mac is just struggling to load the browser source that we have as the background, which... Anyways, so it turns out the dot effects are the only one that are available here on Mac, which is fine, but you may be able to find like a shake option, and I have a memory of a shake option already available, but right now just doesn't want to be seen. So I don't know. There is a lot of people also that are doing streams creating shaders that I've seen.
Yeah,
and
I mean,
so
Finite,
dot effect,
made
the holographic,
shaders. Yeah, or the fire one and stuff.
Yeah,
crazy.
So I guess creating a shader, creating a dot effect thing shouldn't be that complicated. I mean, I don't fucking know, but shouldn't.
Yeah.
So basically for you, as soon as we find the shake one, then we can easily say you have shake and then there is an amount. I remember that, at least on Windows it is. So you have the shake, you have the amount, and then you say move value of default, which is the 0, and then you have your basically your steps, right? I would recommend you to have not more than 5 as a proof of concept. If you want more, do more, but at some point it might break. So you need to remember that applying a filter on multiple things at the same time is taxing, specifically on Mac.
That's why I think I will probably use it on scene level, because using it on every individual source would be kind of nuts, basically.
So you can do it on nested scenes, right? If on your main scene, like right now on my just chatting scene, I have this follower account that is a nested scene, the chat that is a nested scene, my camera that is a nested scene, and the background that is a nested scene. Yeah, exactly. That's it. I think the logo is individual because I need to switch from time to time, but that's it. So I'm guessing if you apply the shake on the entire scene that is this one, it will apply to everything, but it will just be a shake. If I apply
it shakes as one item, and sometimes that's the thing, because like if I have because then it's just like one earthquake. But if I want, for example, my camera to shake out of sync with the other stuff in the scene, then I need to apply them on the nested elements. That's it.
So that's how I would create or have the ability to just step the level of shake, the level of turbulence on stream. That is pretty easy. You just have your element or your scene, and then it's just a matter of which filter is activated right now.
Okay.
So let's do a 250 because it's in the middle. Fuck off. It's in the middle. Medium speed, like no speed at 40. Medium speed at 250, and then blazing fast at 500, which seems to be our max. I don't know if I can put like 800.
Can you manually enter a higher number?
It doesn't want to go above 500. I guess you can always go into the filter itself and then change the max value.
Can you?
That's the thing then. Yeah.
Oh, that sounds like something to break stuff. Definitely.
Yeah, but that's good. So,
because I want look, honestly, if someone would raid me with like 1,500 people, I wanted to shake the thing like I'm going to puke, you know, like I want it to be that extreme.
That makes sense. Terra can high. So, I mean, if you go in the shader, let's just take a look. Can I open that with
coded? I've never looked at the raw code of it.
It's not that complicated overall, and I don't exactly know what type of language it is. There is a lot of floats.
Looks like pure JavaScript to me.
Maybe it is.
I mean, I think Dust would probably weigh in if Dust is still here. Looks like JavaScript. It really doesn't look like anything else.
So if that's the case, it's not. It's not. Dusted, it's not.
Oh no, there's some weird stuff in there with like target and stuff like that. Interesting.
But yeah, I don't know what that is, and I don't know what that language is, but I know that, for example, in some of the filters that I've used before, I already changed some max values to like be able to have more shadows or less shadows. So
Yeah. I mean, there may even be a site that you can generate a shader from. I don't know.
yeah, I don't
Seems
know
like
if that's
something that would be, yeah.
shader toy thing. Right, this is a pretty okay shake.
Oh wow. Yeah, that's kind of what I was talking about. Yeah, exactly.
But right, you have all that, and so maybe I don't know how that works, but maybe in this you can edit stuff.
You can live change it. Yeah, maybe you can edit it there, and then it
Yeah, you
changes
can.
it.
I don't want to break shit
You
out,
don't want to
but
do it live.
right.
Really? Okay.
I mean, I want to do it live, but not right. I don't know how to save or do all the things with that. It just makes no sense to me. So this exists, and this shader toy thing exists. So there is probably a way to get like a shader for anyone who wants that. Take a look at that link. To have like a shader that just does what we are looking for with just a shake, and is like a dot effect or a dot shader element. Looks like the dot shader are annoying on Mac, and we need the dot effect, but maybe some. Let's search for shake. Right, this one is a very simple shake. It's not a shake. This one has a bit of a shake. Right, I mean, there are things that exist like this one. This one seems to be what you need, basically.
Yeah,
Housequake.
Exactly. Housequake.
So
yeah, exactly. Something like that.
That's the thing. Interesting. Right, yeah, so there is probably somewhere a shader that will just give you the ability to create Quake. Stony, of course it doesn't work on mobile.
Doesn't work on mobile.
J. Walter, hi. We don't have drops.
On mobile.
We don't have drops here, but we'll call it. So, Terracon, what we are trying to do is finding a shader that works on Mac to do a shake, which is more complicated than a shader on Windows that does a shake, because there is one that is built in, OBS shader filter. But yeah, on that thing, that could work. That could work.
So cool. Okay. So one other thing to ask you about this.
Yep.
So one of the things I've written down. So we talked about how the stream is a timeline, and I kind of want to lean into that with one of the overlay effects I want to have, which is think of a subway map, and think about how on each of those lines there is a stop. Yep. With like a little circle. And some of the stops are bigger than others. I want to have a vertical timeline on the stream, probably on the side, which shows kind of what happened, where it adds those dots onto the line and shifts the things down. And I have no idea how to go about even creating that in the first place.
So you want to draw the subway map while you stream, correct?
It would just be one line. So it would be a vertical line, and then
the branching, right?
It would. No. I don't think. No, I think branching is a bit nuts. To be honest with you.
I don't think it is. I don't think it is. But
really, so you're saying you could have a line on your screen that is your stream, and then when a follow happens, it would draw a new branch and put a little circle like with the person's name who followed. And then if someone came in with a raid, it would make another branch off the main one with another circle with the person's name who raided, with like the number of raiders, for example.
Probably.
Wow. I mean, yeah, it's a lot of styling.
A lot of code.
A lot of format. It's a lot of code, yeah.
It's a lot of
But
code.
it sounds like a sort of custom over data trees. Yeah, exactly, TD.
It-
It sounds like
it
a sort of
would-
custom coding scenario.
It is a custom coding type of thing. I wouldn't be able to give you a how to do that inside of OBS. I'm 100% sure that I can't do that. However, I have ideas right now of how to do it. It would be more complicated than I think it is right now, for sure, because I don't take into consideration some of the and Terracan. Yes, I agree with that. It would be like a browser source with JS for sure. So
Yeah. But that's, I mean, look, that's like an addition that isn't necessary in that sense. Because,
it
like,
would be
I don't
you
need,
would need it.
I don't
You would
need the
need it for
timeline,
sure. No, you would need a timeline type of thing. So now that we have,
it would be nice, because the thing is, the problem with this is when you have this housequake effect that
Yeah.
shakes the entire thing, and there's like a disruption, and then there's like an overlay text that is like full face follow from this person, and depending
Yeah.
on the action, it's going to be less severe as well. Like a raid from 1,000 people would have a very, very large font size, for example, but like a follow might just be in the center, very small, for example. But the thing is that if you have that data tree subway timeline thing, you wouldn't need to do that, because it would add it to the timeline.
So let's say you put it on your left side. Red is camera. It might be a bit too red for now, but red is camera. And timeline would be this. Let's see. I just had an ID right now. So your subway line is something like this. Maybe, right? It's just. I should reckon that's a good idea.
That's actually a really good point.
I don't have the ability to do that.
Just raw it. Put a little
I
text
guess I will.
overlay in OBS.
Yeah, I will do that. Give me a second. Let's do a browser source with a browser source. Why did I do a browser source? I'm a dumbass. I need a window capture. Sorry. 1 second. Window capture being Discord, and then shit, my bad, wrong thing.
What happened here?
I'm thinking about.
You leaking all our DMs, our saucy,
Yeah.
spicy DMs. Oh man,
I just wanna.
pop
Can I
me
do
out
that?
and cap that. That sounds really savage when you say it like that, Dust.
That is. You know what? I don't
Yeah.
think we need. I'm thinking. I don't think we need the. But now it looks like that's my name if I do that.
Yeah, that.
Right.
Although, yeah, I don't know. Someone should know that it's not, though. Like, it should be.
I mean, yeah, but we never
should be
know.
obvious. Yeah, but Kat, we're like doing raw, unfiltered.
It's a designer stream. It's a designer stream. Let me put you as well on the just chatting scene so that we have you here just in case. And
I'm not going to be there so long. Don't worry. It's all right.
I mean, That way we have you on both, right? Okay, it's fine. I think we have Terracon. Good.
Compromise.
Not good idea. Good hint. So the thing that I was about to say is you could, and Kat, if you have a link, thanks a lot for the link. You could have something like this.
I mean, that would be truly epic if you could do that. I mean, there's only, wait, let me think. There's only follow, raid, sub, gift sub. There's only 4 branches.
Yes, as a proof of concept, I think they won't have different sizes. Right now on Figma.
Bits. Yeah, thanks. True sense.
But
super cheer.
Technically, you could have this with, let's say, this is the this is just the face of someone who just followed, right? So you have your profile picture that is here, and so the only thing that happens is when the event happen, you just have a browser source that slide the thing in, as in this is the event that just happened, and it's just saying X just followed. Maybe it goes over your face or whatever, I don't know, over the content, but it's just a thing that used the scroll filter to go through. And then the next event is a sub, and it's the same thing. So it's a new thing, but you have the Stony, thanks a lot. You have the, how can I say?
That would look so sick.
The impression of movement throughout, with that line being the timeline, original timeline, and then you just have
you don't
stops.
have to code the movement in the browser source itself. You're just coding the movement within OBS with like a scroll filter, for example.
So
that's pretty smart.
That's an option to make it within OBS without really having to think about it. It's just basically you have the element that is underneath your stream, and if someone follows, it triggers the thing, and then it just scrolls through to go up, then it goes to 0% opacity, goes back down, and if someone else follows, then it does the same thing. However, if you do that, if you have, like when Shannon raided earlier, we had 4 follows in a row.
Yeah.
You can't have them back to back. Like,
that's the thing. The browser source. The browser source would have to have a delay in it to detect multiple events within a certain time frame, so that it could draw the path properly, so that they would be connected upon. Like here in your case that you're showing now, it's just one follow. But if it would be 4 follows, they would all be on the same branch, but like following each other.
Why not? Like this, just stacked on top of each other. I mean,
I would want them to be on the same line, basically, without the connectors. You know what I mean?
So,
like separate stations. And yes, Dust, exactly, with the secret stuff.
Shit.
But TD's suggestion is also pretty interesting. Like, you build up a map in the background. So the background of your stream is the map that gets continually built over the course of the stream. And for every stream, you have this map at the end that's generated. It's almost like a history of what happened on the stream. I mean, it's kind of a really cool idea too. Because then it would be static, right?
I mean, to me, it seems more complicated, but it's a good idea.
I mean, well, when something happens, you bring the background forward and show the addition with some kind of animation.
Yeah.
And then it fades to the background again. Could be, and kind of cool. The map's never the same. That's true, Phils. That's exactly true. It can never be the same by definition. Stream milestones. Yeah. It's kind of awesome idea.
It could. It would be. Yeah. I mean, for the follows, for example, for the 4 follows earlier that we had back to back, basically the first 3 were 37 minutes ago, so these ones are in the same minutes. However, the fourth one was 35 minutes ago, so it wasn't in the same 36 now.
Wasn't in the same group, yeah.
See, it wasn't really in the same, yeah.
What I thought, like visually speaking here, I wouldn't necessarily have the people's images, but it would be like a dot on there with like a 3 next to it, or because there would be 3 follows as a group together. But I mean, it could also be, you could also have them as 4 separate elements or 3 separate elements.
So if it's just a dot,
like, name.
If you're telling me that it's just a dot, it's even easier because you can just have like a little dot like this in the center of the timeline with, like, let's say it's a 3 follow count type of thing. So this is a bit bigger, right?
For example,
let's say my regular timeline is, I use 88. 88 is always, if you are a designer, that's just tips for me. 88 is a good.
Use 88.
No, but 88 is always a good thing because it's 8 is the widest number in the number range that we have. 0 is a bit narrower than 8, and so if you use 88, you are 100% sure that up to 99, you're good and your thing will be still visible. But then if you go to like more than that, I recommend 888 to define like the max value, the max width of your block. So that's just a tip that I can give to anyone. Just really cool to just use 8 to know, like, for example, at 21 in font size, it doesn't pass through. So if we wanted it to be visible, maybe in 16, and that's an okay thing. And so that way we can say, well, we have this, it's fine-ish, goes through. So let's get rid of that.
Very interesting. It's just the history of the number 88.
8, yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I know.
But from a design perspective, yeah. No,
it's
cool.
Different. I know. But let's say that this is your thing. You have your fill right here. You can even do like a rounded corner thing to be a bit better. But you can have this that just does the same effect, right? It just goes through vertically from the bottom to the top, or from the top to the bottom.
An initial testing one that would be easy to test, like creating the branches and stuff. Like TD was saying, you have like an event function that draws a line at a random direction, and then like a distance, and then putting the circles in place, like actually drawing a subway map kind of thing is pretty intense coding, I think. Even for people who've done 24-hour streams of free code camp, probably.
I don't know. I don't have the knowledge on that, to be honest. So maybe. I think the idea.
Okay.
I think the idea is great. I think the idea of a map,
it's super unique, right? I've never ever seen something like that on stream before.
I've seen things that I have in mind, of course, always, that could be associated with something like this. Let me see. Can I find them? I don't know if I have my DMs on TikTok right here.
The main thing is that I don't want alerts to be intrusive in this. I mean, they are disruptive, but they should fit the whole aesthetic of the stream. Because right now, what I want to be disruptive and not fit the aesthetic of the stream are the memes. because that's a whole nother thing. Like when someone calls up a meme with a video or image or a GIF or whatever, those don't absolutely fit the style at all, but the alerts should fit to that.
So this person that I follow on TikTok has created a thing with Python that create or generate like a randomized path on paper. I mean, this one is very explanatory, but it create these grids and then draw them with the machine and pens and stuff. And so this generated pattern is what I have in mind for what TD said, right? Basically, it's the thing with lines that will be generated automatically by the system to get us to something that potentially starts at the center of the stream, right behind your camera or something, and it just grows as a metro map from the center, right? So
I mean, it's just about programming that start point and remembering the last point where it was. I mean, it's just a coding challenge at that point. Yeah, absolutely.
I mean, does it need absolutely to?
So if you look at, for example, which is the one, the Tokyo subway map is the one I was thinking of.
It's way simpler.
Specifically not the London one, because the London one is absolute chaos.
Yeah, but the Tokyo one is very simple.
It is. But
to me,
this is the thing. But this is exactly the concept. Is like, okay, you have these huge stations, which are like big raids and all that kind of cool stuff. And you have these smaller stations, which are, follows, maybe gift subs, bits, whatever. And I just think it would be so cool to have a really cool map. I mean, not necessarily a map. I was thinking actually timeline of this just running in a timeline fashion, that it's never ending.
Yeah.
So it's always on the left or on the right side of the stream, and it continues endlessly. Kind of like code branching. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly like GitHub branching and stuff. Yeah, exactly.
That would be easier, I guess.
It's more like this rather than map, but the map idea is also interesting. Yeah.
I'm guessing to take what TD said, which is a good idea, and potentially create something based on the branching, could be, where's my Figma file? Here. Could be to say when the stream starts, we have our timeline starting point, which is on the left of the screen, and there is a random point that is defined here, right? And then the most annoying thing is
could be there, for example. Like the
start of the stream
could also be
could be here, but then your endpoint is at the polar opposite. So that means that you will have the endpoint when your stream will end, that will be here. And then there is like the path that is created through until they achieve this. Meaning that if the generated point is like right there, it means that your endpoint is about here. So you have a trajectory that is transversal from left to right, from start to finish. The thing that is annoying is your stream never have the exact same amount of time in them. Like, unless
That's
you
correct.
are on like a clock and you say, like I try to do, which is ending stream at 4 hours and 20 minutes to get the 420 marks. That is good. You can't, like, you are not able to get that every time. So that's why I liked my elevated type of thing, because it's easier to just have an event happen and just make it go through. However, I love the TDID because at the end of the stream, you can contemplate on the map and say, well, that's what we created today.
Yeah,
And
it's a really interesting idea to have this kind of content generated from the stream
yeah,
itself. I think I have some concerns about the complexity, which is fine. That's a fair concern, which is solvable. But I also have the fear about what if literally nothing happened in the stream. It would just be one line going from left to right with nothing on it, right? If there were no follows, no gifts, nothing, then it would just be one line and you would basically just throw it away, kind of.
yeah.
Fair enough, I
Is
guess.
that something that can happen on your stream? I don't think it is.
Yeah. There have been streams where I have not gained any followers. That's
Yeah,
true. But we could get around that by potentially including channel points into this event map
yeah,
as well.
or chat messages,
Or chat messages, of course, yeah. That's
right?
also a
So
possibility.
you could say that without the shake of the stream, because a chat message would be like not shaking anything, or maybe just shake the chat box, right? If you start and you just have chats, then in the beginning it's just branches with chats, and then as soon as you have a follow, then it's a higher marker, and so you now track followers until, let's say, you spend 15 minutes with no follow and no raid and no bits and no thing, and so then you go back to chat. So
I mean, Stoney's idea with the inactivity is also kind of interesting. I mean, we have to think also about display in this scenario. You okay there?
yeah, no, I have a mosquito in my fucking face. I hate these.
Uh-oh.
Sorry, I will kill it at some point, but I hate them. They make me
We
so
also
bad.
have to think about, I mean, yeah, so if the map would be generated, of course I'm streaming over the map because people don't see the map while I'm streaming, like the stuff is over it. So there would have to be a kind of animation effect to bring the map in front and to hide the map again. So ultimately, if nothing's happening, people don't necessarily see the map.
So that's why I wanted to have it on the side. And
Because you would always see the timeline then, yeah.
yeah, it will always be there. And in the beginning, I wanted to. I had the thought of putting it where my chat is, basically just above, as dots and things right there with the moving element. I thought at some point, so in my head, I thought, you know what, you have that thing at the bottom that is basically left to right to give you the length of the stream, but you don't know when the stream will end, and so it would mean, for me, it would mean that the timeline start here when it reached the center point, then at the center point of the stream it stays there, and then it just grows this way, right? I just see things go from the center to here when there is an event that just flow there, and then at the end, when the stream is done, and I know, like you press a button on the stream deck or something, it just compressed the entire thing into one timeline that looks like GitHub branches. So it's a more like easier to digest thing, and so you can see what happened. But as T said, why not both? That's a good point. Why not have? I've been, so the
True.
derail
You
in
could
my
generate
head.
the map in the background and
Yeah.
not show it, and then at the end of the stream show the map, or at times during bring it in front and show people the map, what's been generated
Like when you're on
so
the
far.
BRB
That's
screen
true.
or things like this.
Oh yeah,
Could happen.
yeah. It could be just a BRB thing. Yeah, absolutely.
The guy that I showcased earlier, which with the Python scripts that create the waves, I tried to contact them to know if I could use their thing as my background on stream, because that would be amazing to have like the creation, which is unique every time that you launch the script, that just built in the background while the stream is happening, and maybe it unbuilt, and then it build another one. If the stream is longer, then I don't know, maybe it takes an hour to build one, and then it takes an hour to unbuild one. So you have an interactive background. And so for the creation of the map, I think that could be a thing. To just be the background of your stream, and then you can contemplate them later. TD, that could work. The thing is, there is no main timeline right there. You just have.
It's hard to follow the timeline, right? But yeah, to show as something like BRB and stuff like that, that could totally work.
Could work.
Yeah.
So I'm looking
it reminds me
mosquito.
a bit. It reminds me a lot, actually, of what Adam did, Adam.dev, with his scene transitions, where they are generated kind of semi-randomly.
Really?
I mean, not random in that sense, but he basically took like this code that for the scene transitions, it does these assortment of dots. When it goes in, you'll see when he switches between different scenes.
I think that's the
There's this dot.
We got a raid.
Conditionally raided my stream with 4 viewers.
It's been a while. How are you? How have you been? How was your stream? Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. And Fields, welcome back. How are you? For anyone who doesn't me know from conditionally, good, perfect. I'm tired already. I'm AOA. I'm the helping designer. So if you have any design question, feel free to ask. Do my best to help. And were you conditioner? I've seen you play the kind of pixel art game lately. I've been lurking on your stream a bit. At some times when I have time. But I hope you're good. Thanks a lot for the raid. I appreciate it. How's the you know what? Conditionally has a similar project with a stream event, Maddie, that you could be interested in.
Really?
Or had. I don't know where you are with that. But yeah. I don't want to disclose too much because I don't know how much they want to disclose. But if you don't mind sharing the ID conditionally, that could be interesting for everyone. But either way, if you want to keep it secret for now, let's keep that secret. So let's see the transition.
Yeah, so I was saying, like, with the dots.
That thing.
Exactly.
So that's generated by transition?
It's code that generates it every time, and actually each time is a preset at the moment, but he was talking about not using presets and actually doing it kind of random each time. And actually, even so, the presets generate it differently every time anyway. So even I wrote one of the presets for that that generates those cubes, but they never look the same because it's just mathematically it looks different every time. So it got me thinking a bit about this because basically it introduces this element of creativity into code, which I think is pretty neat. Not that I'm at that level to be able to code like that. But what he has done here, by the way, today, he was using a mechanical camera. They have
I
like
can see
SDK.
that.
This is like broadcaster level. It is absolutely absurd. This is it's called an Edelkrone. I don't know if you know the brand.
I know them.
they are so expensive, like ridiculously
Yep.
expensive. Dust will probably know a little bit about Edelkrone.
I have their newsletter
just-
in my mailbox like every week. I've been following them for a long, it's that. I love
Anyway,
it.
yeah. So basically, as we were talking about this kind of timeline theme, which sort of follows along the whole stream, I think is really cool because it ties everything together. You've got like this timeline visual to see what's been happening over the stream. You have sort of that as a guiding theme principle as well, so that it always comes back to this sort of main branch, if you want to call it that. Maybe branching is not a bad word for it, actually.
It's not really branching. It's a timeline. It's an event timeline for you specifically. It's during that stream, what the fuck happened. So, do you have the data about what happened in a general stream for you? Because, for example, like.
Yeah.
Not bringing it back to my stream because we're on my stream, but that follow thing. At some point, I was on a 0 out of 69 just for the lols and all that. But it took a lot of space, first of all, and we rarely go above 10 followers in one stream, and so. At some point, I was saying, well, it's not as visible as I want it to be, so let's just make it the number itself. And so, right here, it's bigger, but you just have the number, and that's it. So for you specifically, why not stack the event? If you know that your average event during a stream is like, let's say, I don't know, 10 followers, 2 raids, and maybe 4 to 5 subs on an average basis, right? From time to time you have 20 followers because you have a big raid. Sometimes you have a day of raid with like 8 raids in a row. Sometimes that happens. That's weird, but that happens. But if you take that as your events and you want to keep the timeline visible on screen, why not just stack the element from left to right when they arrive, right? So like what I have in mind right now is like a train. So you have a wagon that just comes in with like the person that just came in, and so just a segment of the stream with the person or the thing that happened. So let's say if it's a follower, it's blue. If it's a raid, it's red. If it's a bits, it's purple, right? And you have like a gradientized thing that happened. Maybe that could be interesting. I don't know. Just thinking.
Wow, yeah. It's really something. But I'm glad we talked about it because, I mean, the color stuff is probably the easiest thing to talk about and look at. And I think that will kind of happen a bit more organically, maybe from after understanding more about this sort of timeline and how that looks, what kind of additional colors I would want to add, maybe.
So you already have the list of the events that exist, right? On the thing that you have. I mean, on all the thing that we have on streams, we are limited to. That's not the right file. You are limited to a certain amount of events that you can listen to, anyways.
Yeah.
So
correct.
Right, all of the thing. I mean, as we talked about before, right? You have and conditionally, I've seen it. I don't know if Maddie have read it. I will. You know what? I will read it now. So the conditionally thing is saying. The general idea is that it will be a Twitch-based chat game that plays out on screen. It's tied to raid and host. So it's event-based with when you have a raid that happens. It's attached to your Twitch account, so it's a plugin that you need to have, basically. And it's a mini game that happens on raid. So it's an event that triggers something that is a mini game. And I read the last phrase before I started speaking about the thing. Don't want to go too much deeper in what that is for now. So let's keep it at that. So it's when you have a raid or a host, there is basically people that comes into your chat or your stream in a group, and so something happened with that event, and it's the premise of the mini game that goes on your stream and in your chat. So it's event based, which is pretty cool. The concept is very cool. The discussion that we had some months ago was really interesting. So this is similar in terms of.
Sounds a lot to Finite. Sounds a lot like Finite's game with Chalk Boom and stuff like that.
I haven't seen this one right now. I'm seeing the space snails hair thingy.
Oh yeah, that's a bit of a different story. Yeah.
But yeah, no, it's a pretty cool thing.
Mm-hmm.
So event base, right? So if you get the same thing in what I already basically planned, is like you have bits, donations, subs, follow, raid, and host, which are the only thing that you have. Host is gone, that is true. You could channel point, right?
Yeah, you could put channel point, or you could put chat message in there as well, in theory, if you wanted to be very precise. You can just type reward if you're not happy with having 2 words. It messes with your schema.
It messes with everything. Have a good luck, conditionally. Thanks a lot. Reward. Yes, reward is with no. Damn it. Sorry.
And I'll be pedantic. It cannot be called donation for me, because they are not donations, because they are not tax exempt. So we should refer to them as tips. Actually,
true.
most people are not aware of that, but in some countries the law is a lot more strict. I do donate the money that I get from streaming, but that's my donation that I make. It's a bit complicated.
Different. Yeah. Right. Good.
But
good
point. Those are the options.
Good point. So from there, you can just define a color scheme if you want to, right? Going from green to red, or from whatever, and then define the events. But you don't have much more. So we are limited to basically 7 elements that can happen on the stream. And then so the reason why I'm saying this, right, because right now that makes absolutely no sense. If I take the width of the stream, which is like 1920, and I divide that by 7, which is the amount of things that we have available, and then let's say you have on average 10 of each of these things happening during a stream. So you divide that by 10, meaning that every time that you have an event happen, then it stack a block on the timeline at the bottom of your stream, right? And so maybe it changes color during the stream, and so you have like this one that are red because they are bits related or raid related. You have this one, which are like, I don't know, purple because they are not cheer because that's the same thing. Follow related, right? All that thing. And so it creates a bit of a color gradient-ish type of thing at the bottom of your stream to have a timeline. And by saying that, with limiting ourselves to blocks of 28 pixel width, that means that probably most of the time the amount of thing that you will have will not pass this amount overall in the stream. But then when you end the stream, you can do a retrospective of the timeline and then expand each of the thing, because the event listener is stored somewhere in the browser source.
Yeah,
And so
it will store it. Yeah.
you can then expand and say, well, we had this person, this person, this person, like credit. You have credit on Panther stream at the end.
Exactly.
Same thing.
And that's the last part of this puzzle is that I don't want to have rolling credits anymore. I want to use the map as a credit. It was what I was thinking earlier when we talked about it. I think that would be really cool. Really, really cool.
So it could be really simple to just, as a proof of concept, first of all, have blocks that stack themselves, either vertically or horizontally, depending on what you want to have. And then it also depends on the overlay that we come up with, which is the last point that we haven't talked about.
But unfortunately, I need to probably get going. I know that you wanted to spend some time doing some Atom stuff as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look at it with you, but if you need to go, then I won't take a look at it.
I can take 10 more minutes to just run through some basics with you, absolutely, because I think it's really cool to look at, and I'll send you over my color palette, and we could have a bit more of a chat about overlays and stuff some other time, maybe off stream as well.
That's an option.
Yeah, in terms of Atom, I think everyone here doesn't know about it, and that's totally fine. Basically, StreamerBot doesn't exist for Mac, so Atom is a product that allows you to automate things. I don't work for Atom or anything like that. I pay for my subscription just like everyone else. And yes, it is a paid tool, but I'll do the math for you. It's the price of a sub, $4.99. If you don't get a discount, there's a couple people who have discounts.
Like this person right there.
Like Sam, yes. $4.99 a month, and if you buy for a year, I think it's $50, so it's even cheaper. The thing is that based on the amount of automation that you can do with this, it saves you a massive amount of time. Even if you only stream something like 20-30 hours a month, it's going to save you at least 10% of your time. So you just do the math and you calculate what your hour is worth to you, and it works out. It's just pure math. It's very easy.
Yeah. It's pretty
so
good.
Yeah. And it's fun that the ads played exactly at that time, so it's perfect.
Yeah. I mean, it's a 30-second break.
I did see, by the way, Cranky, just before the raid, I think redeemed something.
Oh, yeah, true. Sorry, I didn't see that. Damn it. Thanks a lot, Cranky.
No problem. Wait, do you have to gift 5 subs now?
Yeah.
Wait, what? There's a redemption that you have to gift subs?
Yep.
That's hilarious.
It's September, so it's cheaper.
That's true. That's true. You actually get you're only paying in the end. You're only paying
AAOA_ just gifted 5 subs
because of the 50-50 split and 25% off.
It's a good deal right now. It's a good deal. So we got a lot of Flowcats, good, Jackson, Gold Label, Terracan, well, come on in, and Coding with Luke, good. And Cat, yes, that's what the redemption is doing. It's emptying my wallet. That's what it is. That's the goal of that thing. But thank you for noticing. I can't read chat and I have.
Well, I mean, I caused you to spend money, so I don't know if it's a thank you.
I mean, someone redeemed it. I can't say no.
That's true.
That means they have been here for a long time, because 24,000 points is not something that you come up in a week, right?
No, it's average of 220 per hour with additional bonuses for raids.
Yeah.
And if you're a sub, it's times 1 point something, right? So you can do the math. It's like 100 hours.
Yeah. That's pretty key. That's like a bit more than a month. So yeah,
it's like 20-30 streams probably. That's pretty significant. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah.
So Atom.
Yeah, Atom. So the way that Atom works is based on rules. So it's easy. It's very easy to use. You have a rule, and the rule consists of what do you want to trigger in the rule, and what do you want it to do. And what's, I think, really, really powerful about the way that the rules are set up is there's additional types of granularity you can go into. So of course you can do really easy stuff in OBS, like, hey, if somebody subs, then activate this source and then hide it again after 5 seconds. Like that is easy peasy lemon squeezy. We don't really have to go into that. But you can do really cool stuff. So like if somebody subs to you, you can make a check as part of that rule to check if that user fulfills a certain condition. And that condition could be which scene you're on. It could be a type of variable, like a number. So like, for example, I've seen a suggestion like when you hit certain milestones in your stream. So for example, the 5th sub of the stream or the 50th sub of the stream. And basically you would actually track that with the variable. And if somebody gets the 50th sub of the stream, then something particular happens, right? And that's what makes it so powerful, is the ability to have these variables and control all of these different actions and triggers based on those types of variables. And of course, for a lot of people, they are maybe not affiliate. So what's really interesting is that there is a chatbot coming. So you can actually do the same things that you would normally do with channel point redemptions or with bits or whatever. You can trigger things out of chat too at that point. It will be
so if you don't have points, you can just say if someone says
if someone types,
lol.
if someone writes lol or someone says meme or whatever, you can do all those types of things. Exactly.
It's true.
So even if you're not monetized, there's still a lot of things that you can do. The integrations are pretty good. So at the moment, I believe the Elgato Lights is in there. They are adding this Pulsoid one, which allows you to use your Apple Watch, for example, as a heart rate monitor. That's really cool. There's a lot of possibilities there. So like we were talking earlier on Sam's stream about that with one of his streaming friends, that when she plays horror games and she tracks her heart rate with it, she could, as her heart rate goes up, she could actually vignette the entire stream to make it seem more tense, or change the color of her overlays and things like that. I mean, there's really like so many possibilities. It's completely open.
I forgot to have the fucking WebSocket.
You don't have WebSocket.
No, because I'm on Mac. I don't need the fucking WebSocket on Mac. It doesn't exist. There's no need for that. Fuck, we need to install that. It's fine though.
Yeah. But that's basically how it works is, you create a rule. You say, I want the rule to trigger on this condition. You can make additional checks in the rule. And what's also interesting in the rule, if you want to take a look at the rules specifically, if you add one,
the variable and thing,
is the execution. So they have support for lists and random and things like that, and sequences and switches. I mean, it's super powerful.
Sequence, which mean if in this sequence there is already one that is coming up, then it will play after, right? That's the like a queue system, basically.
So it's basically not a queue in that sense that it waits on something, but that particular rule will only execute based on a sequence of other things. It's pretty intense.
Interesting.
Like you can really, basically the way the rules are set up, you can more or less achieve anything.
Okay.
So for example, one of the things that I do is when a rule is triggered, I use one of the actions is called shell script. So if you make a new action, one of the ones, if the device is Atom, the option is I think it's called. Is it called shell script? Can't remember. the
Yeah,
name.
shell command.
Shell command, yeah. And what that does is I actually use that to run the OSX command to say something, so I know that something was triggered. So you really like
Isn't it the thing that you have when you
native
have
TTS.
the clips also? When someone clips on your side, it like triggers something.
No, that's a different rule.
That's a different one.
rule.
Okay.
Yeah.
So yeah, so native
Essentially, more or
TTS on
less-
macOS, right? Yeah.
Yeah, and it uses native TTS. So actually, you could set up TTS on your machine without a third-party TTS service,
Yeah, that's true.
because with particular commands, you can trigger a rule, and the rule will read out the text because you can pass the text through.
Yes.
As part of so basically, when a user submits a channel point redemption and there's a text as part of that, you could submit that, and once the chatbot is also there, then you can use the chatbot to also power the TTS that way. So you would not need to have a third-party TTS service, which is really good because there's no latency.
Yeah, that's true.
So you're reducing dependencies and reducing the amount of overall software that you need. I will say that my favorite thing about Atom, and this is why I'm one of the early adopters to the software, is because they have actually designed the tool. And this is not a knock. This is not a knock against all the other tools out there, but they are building the tool not from a developer first standpoint, but from a user first standpoint.
Yeah.
They have a beta iteration of each version. The beta testers, me included, are going through it, checking whether it conforms to what we expect it to do, and doing some QA and telling them about bugs. And that way we get to early access stuff that we can't talk about on stream, but they are involving the users as part of the development process. And to be honest with you, it just is a lot more intuitive to use as someone who wouldn't be coding, for example. I showed it to a streamer friend of mine who does not write a single line of code, and she's telling me StreamerBot is just like chaos for her because she can't understand what everything is linked together. It just has a very super plain functional interface in that sense, and yeah, it's a real problem, right? It's a real problem for some people.
That's StreamerBot UI, right? So it's first of all, it's Windows
it's not
only.
really a UI, right? It's just
it is a UI.
Kind of. It just displays information. It just displays information in like a classic list format, right? And that's not to say it's a bad software. It's just for a lot of people who are not technical, something like StreamerBot is just too advanced. Right?
Yeah, for me, like as Kat is saying in chat, right? For her, it's like sorry for them.
Exactly.
Sorry. For them, it's like different and difficult to get the overall grasp around the software, because it's very much giving us like Windows 95 vibes, right?
Yeah, and it's not clear exactly like it's not clear exactly like how things are exactly working together. And with Atom, those dependencies are just a lot clearer. There's a lot of work with the colors and with the UI in general. They're really trying to make it as clear as possible for someone to use. Yeah, it's. And the other thing, which I'll just mention because you see it on this screen as well, is you see Mr. Greggles drumming. Greggles is one of the developers of Atom.
Yeah.
And the thing is that a lot of these other streaming tools that you see out there, not necessarily StreamerBot, but just in general, like all the third-party services from around streaming, are not made by people who stream. They're made by people who are around the streaming world. And so they don't actually understand the needs of streamers really well. But Atom totally gets it, because they are all, not all, but a lot of them are streamers themselves first.
Yeah, so, for StreamerBot, it's like it's just a community behind it, and I forgot who, Adam, I think.
Yeah, and don't forget what happened to Lior on board. Yes, free software is cool, But when someone decides to abandon the project and you don't have access to it anymore and it breaks with an update to OBS, you're screwed as a streamer, right? You have no choice anymore. So
I mean, it would be the same thing for this one, right? I mean, if it's not supported, it's not supported. Nate, not Adam. Nate.
Yes.
But I mean, if
And you never
StreamerBot,
know what can happen.
yeah, if StreamerBot
never know
decides
what
to
can
say, well, fuck, now we can, we don't have any money anymore and we can't do anything, so we need to kill the project. So they kill the project, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, in the case of Board, it was like a bit of a scandal situation, but it can be anything. It can be, you know, he decides he wants to charge suddenly, right? And all the people then lose access to what they've built. And the thing is that it's not like there's a universal format between all of these tools that you can just import into another tool again. You know, like you get some CSV file with all of your rules and you can just import it. Forget it. It's not going to happen.
I think the benefits of Adam right now is the fact that it's paid. It kinda prevent the disappearing in a week, right? A bit.
Yes, if it
not
would
too much,
disappear,
but a
it
bit.
would be. Yeah, I mean, if it would disappear, it would be because, you know, they don't have enough money or something like that. But I'm sure that they are managing that from their side. And I mean, we can see the community support at the moment for it is huge, like really huge, which is really nice to see as well. So I think it's a bit of it's a different risk. Let's put it that way. I don't know if it's less risk or more risk than with free software, but it's a different type of risk.
As we said this morning, right? It's paid, but it's basically free.
Yeah. The $4.99 is one sub a month for sure. Most people here are, you know, using like, I don't know how many subs a month on Twitch, and maybe to people that they don't even really watch that often. I mean, really, it's not comparable.
Yeah. I need to clean my subs, by the way. I have like 20 subs and I watch like 4 people. It's just damn.
Yeah.
Yeah. But yeah, that's cool. I know that they are working on the YouTube integration, which is also cool.
Yeah.
I like that StreamerBot has the YouTube integration.
They bumped that up now, exactly. Yeah. So what I know is if you look at their roadmap, you can take a look. On the top, they have a roadmap there. So I know that YouTube was bumped, so that will be coming quite fast. They basically moved that
soon.
They moved that to like above everything else, kind of, is what they communicated yesterday. So,
because everyone is moving to YouTube now. I'm thinking about it.
I don't know about moving to YouTube. I think as an additional channel, it's always smart to diversify and kind of spread your eggs in different places. If you do content creation as like a big part of your. Well, that's the thing. Like, you don't have to create content. You can also just upload shorts.
I upload VODs on YouTube. That's it. Which is not it's not good. Totally. It's not what we want to have, right? I mean, on YouTube, someone scrolling YouTube and saying, oh, there is a video about Figma that takes 10 minutes, and oh, there is a past stream of AOA that takes 4 hours and 50 minutes where there is potentially the thing that I'm looking for in. That will take like 2 minutes of the stream. That's, I mean, the probability of someone saying, click on that.
I know, and the irony about that is that I thought the same, and one of my VODs has actually got over 1,000 views.
Damn.
So it's kind of insane that someone would spend 4 hours watching back a stream that I did where I wasn't even on camera at that point. It was quite an older stream, so you never know really what can be popular. But anyway, hey, thanks a lot for your advice and for the sketching and really cool.
And sketching, this is not like it's a line and a fucking number.
But we got there, you know. we talked about the thing we wanted to talk about, and I think it's a really cool idea, and I'm gonna have to speak with some people in our Discord about that.
Yeah. Before you go though, because I have a question for you for the stream overlay overall. That's something that I'm trying to push to a lot of people. But are you tied to the 1920 by 1080 ratio? Because if not, you can change your ratio. Like right now, I'm still on a regular 1920 by 1080, but usually I'm on a 2:1 aspect ratio, which makes the stream wider. Not I don't shrink it, but it's just wider, and that gives me more space for things. So that can also be really interesting if that's something that you would be willing to compromise with in a way.
Interesting point. From a technical perspective, of course, Twitch expects to get a 16:9 aspect ratio stream. You're just talking about use of the canvas, right? So, interestingly enough, I'm on an ultra wide. So my main monitor is a 32:9, I believe, or 32:10. So I'm by default only using, I think it's 2/3, something like that, as the canvas when I'm sharing my desktop. Yeah, and it is very helpful because I know immediately what's on stream and what isn't, because there's a kind of blocker with the OBS window. But I'm considering to change this, that actually I will not use my desktop at all, like only use applications individually, because in OBS 28 the applications performance is much better. Window performance has increased on Mac. Oh yeah, that's nice. Good hydrate. I should hydrate too. So I'm considering to move everything to application based. All right. And basically as part of that microservice architecture. Interesting about the aspect ratio. Yeah, something to think about.
I do love weird aspect ratio for streams. I think it's an interesting thing. It's a bit annoying because, as you said, Twitch is expecting 1080 basic stream, 16:9, and then when you give it like a different ratio, if you keep the same width of window, you get black bars top and bottom when you're watching things.
Correct.
But you also get black bars left and right when you are on a wide screen and you watch a stream and you stretch it a bit too much. So it's a bit of a different thing. It just doesn't work on mobile. Like on mobile, you really get the black bars anyways, top and bottom.
That's an interesting consideration, and I have to check my stats again as well for how many people actually watch my stream on mobile and what their expectation would be. Last thing I remember, it was like 10 to 12%, which is essentially negligible.
But still. But yeah,
but still there.
Still there. So I know that some people, I mean, we have Sony in chat, which usually have me on laptop, phone, and TV at the same time. So, right, different ratio, different things. Yeah,
cross device A. That's something.
So that happens, but yeah, the ratio is good. I do hate every time that I'm in the regular 16:9 ratio. I hate it mostly because on the screen, on the screen capture side, my camera is on top of the content. And so with the 2:1, I can just have. Basically, you multiply the space that is from here to here to the side, and then I just have my camera in there, and that's enough, and that's good. But for now,
I guess my main concern is definitely around space. So like when I work in something like DataGrid and I'm writing my query, obviously in a different aspect ratio, I'm going to be losing out on a lot of available space that people could potentially follow the code. So I would need to adapt that. It's something I've been looking at because I also watch your stream a lot, and in your stream I've noticed that you've played around with that. So yeah, it's definitely something to consider. Yeah,
there is that, and there is the can I say that the mean, the aspect ratio will give you more space and things, but then you need to consider the thing that you're capturing at the moment, like the window for your code, is not exactly in your preferred settings, right? You probably zoomed in to make sure that it's readable for the viewers. I know that Figma, when I'm working on Figma and explaining things, I'm like zooming in like crazy to get the interface visible on mobile, and so that people that can follow potentially at the same time. So from time to time we are like looking at Figma like this, and I just do this, which is making everything visible, but then my Canva to do stuff is extremely tiny. So it makes the interface good so that you can see things and read, but right, it's not that good. However, if my capture, as you said, because you are capturing applications, if my capture has a weird ratio of 2:1 and it's zoomed in, you may have more content to make your life easier as the person who code, and make the life of the viewer easier because they can zoom in more. I mean, you can zoom in more and still see the content or more content. So that's things to take into consideration when you are building the overlay. And so that's why also earlier I asked, will you, do you know the apps that you are about to capture, and if you want to stray, like be far away of the design of them or not. That also includes like, how do they interact with the stream, how do you interact with them on stream, what type of quality you want, all that. So details.
Details, lots of details.
Yeah.
But great, yeah, really great. I can tell that you're like super knowledgeable about these kinds of things, so it's really good that you have someone who's like a mixture of design and streamer, because like just a designer wouldn't understand those kinds of implications of a stream and how it needs to be consumed. And normal streamers have no design skills like me, so we end up making stuff that's just butt ugly.
The thing also is like, I forgot to say that, but like today is Thursday, tomorrow is Friday. That makes sense so far, but Saturday is the 1st and Monday is the 3rd, meaning that I will have a new stream overlay by Monday. Again.
True.
And
true.
I haven't started still.
Yeah, but you'll whip it up. You'll whip it up as usual.
So as always, right, the fact that I'm doing these things basically in a weekend, or sometimes in like 4 hours before the stream starts, give me some of the knowledge that I wouldn't have if I was a regular streamer that change overlay every year or every 2 years. Maybe some of them don't have any changes, like anyways. Yeah, you didn't, as you said, you didn't have
at all.
You didn't have changed, or you didn't change your overlay in like a year, so it's the same thing.
That's right.
So
exactly. And you change your overlays to like people normally change underwear, basically.
Yeah. And every month, that's a bit. I mean, for French,
maybe. If you flip it inside out a few times and stuff, you know?
Yeah. It rubs on the pants, and now it's dry itself. It's fine. It's clean, and then you can flip it again. Very French of me.
All right, cheers, I'll leave you for the rest of your stream.
You're good. Have
Thanks
a good rest of your day.
Appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Thanks. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Bye, chat.
Did I press the button with the wrong button? Good. That was Maddie. Still is Maddie, to be honest. Still in chat. Let me get rid of these. And let me get rid of these. Because that's leaking DMs. Damn it. Not that we care, but we do care. Kat, you sent me the stream element thingy that could have been good. And then Stoney, you sent me the same thing, but it is an add-on for OBS, and installed, meaning that it would probably have needed to be crash streams, restart, annoying. Anyways, I know. When we have specific, I'm okay with it. When we have unspecific, as in someone who just want to chat, it's a bit more complicated. This one was kind of planned. We planned it this morning, basically. But yeah, I think it's also an interesting topic overall, because it's a stream redesign. It's a thing that we do a lot, even though you don't know how I build my stuff until I create a slate on stream. It's an interesting topic. I can't say anything else. I can't say anything else. So let me delete that. We don't need it anymore. And this. So, as a hint, potential hint of things, right? Stream will stay here, but there will be a bit of a break mid-month next month. So I'm also thinking about when I will come back to stream mid-month next month, and that's probably will mean that the will mean that the stream will be Mac only, and so that's why I wanted to have a chat with Maddie about Atom, because right now I'm using Streamerbot, and Streamerbot is good because I can do all the automation that I want to have. But if next month I'm on basically only a Mac to stream, then I need something to automate basically the drink, basically the push-ups, the things that will happen, right? So either, and we have multiple things. As I said, when was that? At the beginning of the week. This thing that you can't see shit right now, this thing will be the M.2 drive that is currently on my PC, and so if everything goes fine and I stay in Japan, I will have this one installed in a PC, and then I will have to deal with Atom. Anyways, but I'm also thinking about potentially traveling more when I'm in Japan, and so traveling overall more across the country, across countries, in which case, if that happens, I want a portable version of my stream to be as flexible as possible. So the option that we have, the first one that we have, is this. We have the camera. Rather than using the DSLR, we use the iPhone camera for the streams, which might happen, I don't know, we'll see. The secondary thing is the Mac. Never, Stony, never happened. The Mac itself right now is captured on a 16:9 aspect ratio thing, but the Mac itself, its screen, is a 16:11 or 16 by something, basically thing. So it's a bit taller, meaning that I think it ends there. So if I use the Mac and or the iPad for that matter as a screen, because we can do sketching session now. It's really easy, by the way. I forgot. I don't remember. I don't remember if you remember. I don't know if you remember. Last time that we tried to do a sketching session, it was fucking annoying. However, I discovered this thing, which wasn't really in my head before, but right now we had 15% on the iPad, so I don't expect it to go far away. But if I do this, I'm taking over with the iPad as a thing, and we can easily have things going on into the into this. Weirdly enough, the pen isn't charged right now. It was just unplugged. Fuck off, pen. But yeah, we could have a sketching session, as I was about to say, right? So easily move around things and define what happens, what will happen, what can happen. With UX research, that could be a thing as well. So we'll see what we can do. And I guess for me, that is a pretty good base to get that ability, I would say, to be able to draw things, to sketch things out, have some ideas. Not that I don't want to use Figma anymore, but right, sometimes changing medium is interesting. So that's a thing, right? So potentially, I don't know. I'm not saying that's what will happen for the next 2 weeks, but potentially the stream for the 1 week and a half of October. I mean, yeah, the 1 week and a half of October when there will be streams. Potentially, it will be max streams. I don't know. So if that's the case, we will have a lot of things that won't be available unless I figure out Atom entirely in between today and Monday, which I don't think that will happen, but we never know. And we can have like the themes, we can have the alerts, we can have all that. If that's a thing, then I'm fine with a very Mac only thing working. If that's not a thing, we'll still need the PC, and then we will have a longer vacation type of thing. But yeah, that's the thing. I need to look at this heavily. And I can't draw you a doggo. That's the thing. So did you share a link, Stony, earlier? About Phil's website? I didn't see it. I don't have it. Like, where is it? Send me a link. You know I forget names of everything. Like, I can't. Because it was easier for me to, like, I was typing app or dev, but I can't type dev.vidmount. I mean, maybe now I can, but yeah. Cat, welcome back. How was the food? How was the food? Was it soup? Let's see. Neat. I see changes that we talked about. I'm liking that. Liking that. Space is good, 1616 overall around that badge. The badge are squares. We like it. We like it. I'd say it's, oh, sorry, that header with the frosted effect is pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I'd say it may be a bit crammed. Maybe a bit crammed, as in You currently have, I would say, 8 in between things. Yeah, you have 8 points, so 0.5 REMs in between your elements in your grid. Maybe 1 could be okay to bump things. Potentially, I don't even know if that's what you have.
It's muscle time!
Thank you. Kane, if you do that, I would appreciate it. You need to redeem them, you have points. Got 1 free because it's the first of the day and I needed some movement. That woke me up. It looks like Tailwind for some reason. Where is the padding in all that shit? Because if I understand correctly, you basically have a padding of 0.25 in between everything on both sides. On the row, okay. How much is that? You get 20. That 1. I'm guessing it's your container, overall container, right? That define your grid. Could be on the elements, right? Margin bottom of 0.5. Yeah, okay. I don't know. You know what? I don't know. Robin Spy, hi. Welcome on in. That is true. That is true, Stony. Thank you. I appreciate it. I wasn't in the right scene. Sorry. Right. That's regular. That's fine. Not so much of a difference, to be honest. I mean, an ID. Week has been okay. I've been in meetings all day. That's not all day, all days. That's the most annoying thing. I've changed the margin bottom and the spacing in between the elements, but there is also the side padding left and padding right that needs to change. Right now I put everything at 1.5. Right, this is condensed and this is what I did. So it gives you a bit more breathing room in between the elements, but also because you have your outlines, you have a delimitation in between your elements that is okay. Robin Spy, meeting all day is an okay thing depending on the productivity of the meeting. Currently, the productivity of the meeting hasn't been as good. We've been stuck on something for a long time, and we found a solution yesterday, basically. So it unlocked since yesterday, and we've been in meetings for 2.5 weeks, all day, trying to find a solution. And now that we have a solution or a thing that seems to be a good direction for the thing that we're trying to build, it seems that we have different views on how to do things, and the way of working of each member of the team that works on that thing are different. So we need to accommodate for everything to work together properly, and that's annoying. But it will be fine. It will be fine. In the end, it will be okay. Feels I'm trying to distance myself as much as I can. To like, what do you mean trigger the preview? That thing, the hover for preview. What do you mean? Sassy. Welcome back. Yeah, I'm trying to distance myself to my usual thing, which will say add rages to everything, because right, it has benefits, I'd say. But also, what do you mean preview? What are you calling preview? Stony is saying show the preview. I'm showing I'm showing a preview. I don't know if it's the preview. I'm showing a preview. I do like corner rages. Yeah, on Hover you get a preview. Yes. We have this. We have this already. But I don't know. Have a good look. Also, it's good, Rosebud. I read your message. I didn't answer, but it's good that you are finally getting feedback at work. That is good. It wasn't moving on this one because it was loading, caching all the vids and all that. It would be fun to have really angry Hedgehog in the chat right now to get this. Give me a second. I should have done that way earlier. It does work well. I agree. Just got the mosquito fly by, crash on the wall, so that's why I was looking up. Oh, you changed the spacing side by side, not vertical one. Yeah, I can see progress. It's sad that you don't have the what Stony has on this side. I see. It's today's the day. I get it. Shit. Not getting a free one this time. I did so. Okay. Yesterday was my off day, and when I'm in a meeting, which is what I do daily during the entire day lately, while the other person is talking, sometime I just go do pull-ups because I'm not on camera and it's fine. And I think I did like 50 yesterday. I guess about 50. As a regular thing, I do 3 by session by pull, 2 to 3, and I probably did that more than 10 to 20 times during the whole day. So I'm a bit sore, but not too much. So that's nice to work on that. But I went back to the right place. I will say something that no, I don't stretch. Stretch don't works. They don't help. I mean, not me at least. Interesting, Stony. Interesting concept and base. Yeah, the thing that I was about to say is this, even though I love it because it's glass and it's cool, it feels out of place. It feels really out of place because your entire design is extremely straight, extremely sharp, extremely dated, and a bit like old looking because it's sharp and right 90 degrees corner. The glass, however, that you have at the top is extremely new trend, like extremely trendy. Most of the websites that we are using right now are using glass at some point, either for models or for the like some overlays. They are glass, so it feels out of place for some reason, at least to me. I don't know. Right, same thing here. Right, you get the glass on top. I mean, here is okay because it's not as much, just bleed through. Yeah. I don't know if that's better. Let me check. Right, that's the base. How? So you have 2C basically. If I did that as a base. Ah, fuck off. Does that work in a regular value? I don't think it works. I think it will work. Right, that's the... No. Yes? Probably. Sorry. That's... Oh! I know someone that is stretching. I guess that's on the main div, right? Display flex, and then there's a lot of classes right there. That seems highly unnecessary, but probably wrong. I think it's just the way that it's built. It just makes no sense to me. Yeah. So I just did like a gradient thingy. I think it's not exactly right. I think it should be different in terms of things. But let me see. Can I put that into RGB and do 25, 29, 33, 100%, right? That's the that's your color. And so here, if I do 25, 29, 33, right there, and I place you center. It's very blue compared to what I have, which is interesting. Why is it that blue? No, it's not. It's not right. Wasn't the right color. 25, 29, 33. 25, 29, 33. Weird. Much weird. Anyways, I get it. It's not a good thing. The transition is better overall compared to straight on flat. I like the glass, but maybe the issue is not the glass itself, maybe it's the amount of things. So you get that blur of 10. What happens if we do a blur of 40? Does that please me more? Kinda. kind of better, more blur. And what if we did, nope. What if we made it white rather than black? It would need to be not the same color here. That doesn't help, does it? There is something that just don't make sense. Will you have other things in that band, or do you just need it for the all tag thingy at the top? I'm guessing yes, right? Because you will have like categories or things at the top, which makes sense. By the way, you have a lot of space in between. You are at 32 here and 24 in between, so you have more space on the column compared to the rows in terms of spacing. Tiny details. All the tags that you have been watching get there, and you can click them to go to that tag specifically. Yes, so I'm guessing like the explore thing with these tags at the top would be basically the same thing, but in tag format. That makes sense. Right, if I click on that or that, get the thing. Same-ish behavior type thingy. Yeah, so if I'm hovering to something a bit too fast and it hasn't loaded the thing yet, sometimes it's a bit slower. But it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. I can't deny that. I was about to say, would I be able to? But yes, I can. Where is that?
It's muscle time!
I can't do 3. Okay. Thank you for 10 minutes. I mean, I could have done 3. I could have. I did it. How do I change my... I see that you picked that from YouTube. I mean, not yet. I can't change my profile picture? That's what you're saying? Bad. Your buttons are not aligned. Please. Please. How come? How come? How is that a thing? How is that an option? How? How? Ashley,
L_B_Ashley just resubscribed for 5 months. Bisexual pride, bisexual pride, bisexual pride.
Well, fine. Yes. Hi, Ashley. How are you? How have you been? Catch, you could. Yes, yes, yes. You could. You could if the timer isn't preventing you. Um, I do. Stony, you know that I do. You know it too well. Um, have you worked on that page yet, or not? Not really. And me looking at it is not a good thing. Um, how are you feeling after what happened on your side? Are you okay? Is it fine? I mean, it's not fine, but will it be fine? Will you be fine? I th- I guess, yeah. I missed it. I'm sad. I wish I was there. I wish I was there. Stoney, you are fast. You are fast. This is not a. Is it me? Is it? Maybe it's me. You know, maybe. Maybe it's me. I maybe just not used to things anymore. Yeah, no, it's fine. It's the icon inside. Okay, good. It's not what I wanted to do. Not what I wanted to do. So yeah, Phils, you didn't enter. um, yeah, Stony, I get it. You sure? You sure? I think they are, yeah. I think they are. It is really weird. There is something, I mean, they are not aligned, but they are aligned. I get it. So, um, they are aligned with the bottom of the thing right here, so that makes sense. But they are not aligned with their content inside of the frame itself. Like if any, even if I don't take the overshoot pixel. So one trick, if you want to do that, I know it's not exactly part of the classes that you have, but one trick to make them center immediately is to make the font the line height 100%. If you make it 100%, it will usually center the thing automatically without you having to define other stuff. The only changes that it will do is it will probably change the overall height of the button itself, but putting the font in 100% usually help a lot to align shit out. So do that. Do that. But I guess it's the I mean, it's the same thing for all your buttons, and it's to be checked on the button component rather than just there. So changing the font to 100% and then that will also align this to the icon. Right now they are not aligned. I mean, they are aligned, but they are not aligned. It's a bit of a weird situation, and I mean, you can't really prevent it unless you know how to build these things. So no hate. So that's basically the icon. I guess it's a bit, because we zoomed in. I think I should zoom out to get the 100% view rather than this one. Yeah, that would be better. That's my icon giving me like a 19, which I guess is because I made a mistake, but it's fine. Right, 16 here, 19 on the sides. I guess. I don't know. Anyways. So you have your icon that is here, then you have your overall button that is there, so you have 12. Guessing this icon is like 18 or something. To get 12, 12, and so then you get aspect. I don't know. I can't pretend to know. I can't pretend to know what it means exactly. Right. Yeah. So yeah, text 100% will help. Potentially, probably, maybe. Depends. And these icons are the MUI icons. You're also using MUI? I forgot. Feels. I feel like yes, but I also forgot. Ah. Yeah, I'm sorry. I'm good to point out things that, well, need to be fixed. But yeah, are you using MUI? Is that the case? Or I think yes. And we talked about it before, right? Let me. I need. Well, it's exactly what I. The fuck? What can you decide? I think for your UI currently, because you are using a lot of sharp corners, rather than using the regular filled icons, if you can just swap them for the sharp icon, that would make things more aligned. Because right now, right, you have something that is very rounded right here, and close into something that is very sharp, and so there is like a dissonance in between the things. And I'm sure that if you swap the library immediately with the sharp one, it will have a different feel. The rounded one and then the outline one, different, but because you are using the library, I think it's just like calling for the sharp rather than the rounded, and that should be easier or faster. What do you mean it's outrageous? Kat, I would disagree with you. Why do you think it's cool? I don't know if it's cool. It's a singing language. That's what I would say. It's more singing than the French language. Probably I cannot say yes or no to that statement, but knowing you, I guess yes. French silent language, yeah. Yes, actually, that's true. Not. I have heard you talking in Spanish, yes, Kane. I have. I think you sent a voice message to Pot. That's better, right? That feels better. That feels more aligned. And you have this that is very sharp. You have these that are not exactly. I don't think this one is the sharpest one, but everything is sharp now. So I think it's much better. Queen Bear, hi, welcome on in. How are you? I guess it's your morning. How is your morning going? Cat, I am so sorry for your ears. Don't listen to French music. I mean, it's not good. Mind Explosion, hi. Welcome on in. How are you? I am good. And Queen Bit, thanks a lot for stopping by. If you are now getting a stream starting, but yeah, you have a balcony. That's a good thing. Oh, sorry, Sassy. Yes, French sing a bit, but I think Italian is a more bumpy. At least as we hear it, it's a bit of a. You have accent on a lot of things, whereas English from time to time has a bit of a singing thing, but it's usually flat overall. There is no. The accent is at the end of the phrase when you want to have either a question or just a question. And on Italian, the accent and the pitch changes throughout the phrase depending on the word. In French, it's a bit of a flat-ish thing with same thing at the end, but it's less singing than Italian, at least for me. Cat, I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. It's just that I can't with these things. Yeah, I'm looking at flat right now. I'm looking at this thing, which is very cool. It's tiny because Japan, right? But look at that. Look at that thing, right? That. So neat. So neat. And at the entryway, it's so clean. I love it. I love it. I just love that thing, and I'm thinking maybe putting the stream thing around here, right? So that I have no fear of falling over during my sleep, because I know that will probably happen. And I code the flying thing, or one flying thing. It's so cute. It's so nice. I mean, this one is so nice. And then I have this one as well, which I'm looking, which is way more industrial. The thing that I love about this one is that you can take a shit looking at your neighbors, and that's fun. That kitchen is clean, but like look at that bitch ass bathroom thing. You have your neighbors right there. You take a shit, you can look at them, have a conversation if you want to. I don't know. It's so small. It's smaller than the other one. But I like the floor. I like the flooring. I like the walls. The walls are very cool. But this one is also very, very nice. And I've been looking at one, but it turns out that it's yes, mine explosion. Yes, I agree. Oh, this is new. This is from today. Today and yesterday. Okay, interesting. The one that I'm looking at, or I have been looking at, is this one, but because it's wood and it's really cool. I will show you the bathroom again, but it's in a place that is far away from where I need to be. But the thing that I love about this one is that the desk is built in the wall, so that I would have my bed around here and the stream right there. And because there is already shelf, I can do the same thing with the camera and have it prompted to a shelf or clamped to a shelf, and then just organize it, have like screens on both sides or whatever. That could be very cool. That could be very cool for me, but it's just too far away from where I want to be. So, but it's really nice. It's a really nice place. But yeah, you know, shit happens. So this one is new. How much is it? It's too much. It's way too much. It's way too expensive. Yeah, this one is 7k per month. And this one is 10k per month. Give me subs. Give me subs. There is no hot tubs. Actually, if I switch to hot tub stream, yeah, that's true. But we all have, so that's the thing. In Japan, we have bathtubs, they are not hot tubs, but they are hot tubs. There are soaking tubs, which are used for people to I mean, they are just used for relaxation rather than cleaning. So you have to take a shower before you go in. But we have this in all of the houses that exist in Japan. I mean, there is rarely places where you don't have a soaking tub, like here. So that's the bathroom thing. What do you mean? Could be a great idea. Yes. Stony, of course. Of course.
Stony _ Eagle cheered X1 is a bit fine too. Laughing.
Oh, the intonation of that thing. Pretty clean. Kane, am I moving? Definitely. It depends. It will depend on a lot of things. I'm hoping yes, but
Mind Explosion
maybe
TV
not.
gifted Queen Bear a subscription. Mind Explosion TV gifted a tier 1 sub to Queen Bear. They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
Thanks a lot for the gift sub, my explosion. I appreciate it. And Queen Bear, you can now enjoy the emotes, which I fixed the fucking message. So now we have a hype train going on. Please, no hype train. I don't like them. It doesn't go.
Catastrophe cheered X100 stickers goal, please.
It doesn't go toward the stickers goal if you don't use the stickers. You need to use the stickers to get the stickers goal. Sassy. But I appreciate the bits anyways. Sorry. Are you seeing what I'm seeing right now? Because I'm seeing something very important in chat right now. The last message from Stream Elements is very important for everyone to know. I feel like it's a huge milestone. Huge milestone. Do you all see that? fucking K. That is neat. Anyways. I mean, I will say fuck anyways, so it will be ruined at some point. Better to do it at the time, right? So this one, I just love the kitchen, even though I don't cook a lot, and I might not cook a lot in Japan. I don't know how I can plan things out and all that, but anyways, yes. So, Kane, the goal is to move there and then stay there. The thing is, I can't stay there for more than 3 months at a time, so at least a maximum of 3 months to start with. And then we'll see. If in the meantime I have the ability to just find a visa and stay there, then I will do that. But if I can't, which is probably or will probably be the case, then I will come back. How the fuck do you make a moment? I forgot. What is the thing? Is it slash moment? Well, I wish I could define the moment, but that you now have moments. You can claim the moments if you are in chat. And you will have a badge next to your name. It will be appreciated. Holy shit. Also, Kat, to answer your message question, not exactly question, of these prices, I am looking at a website that is Luxury Home Japan, basically. So they are regular prices, but also some of them are not so expensive. Like the two that I kept, I think that this one is 1K per month, which is okay, and this one is like 7. No, this one is 1K as well, but like 900 and something in euros. So it's yeah, it happens. It's not that expensive overall, but it's not either. I'm not in Japan now, no. I'm not a broke uni student. No, that is a fact. That is a fact. I've been looking at this one as well, and it's just 7K per month. Aiden, hi, welcome in. How are you? I mean, I like it because it's 69,000. Which, right, fun, but it looks amazing. Look at that shit. Look at that shit. And my explosion, if you want to have the badge, sometimes you need to refresh the page, and sometimes you need to wait. That's it. Look at that. If I could, I would. I mean, at some point I will. That's the thing. It's not if I could, I would. It's just I will have something like this at some point. It's just not in my means at this instant. And so no, I'm not in Japan right now. I will be in Japan in 2 weeks, basically. At the end of 2 weeks, so in 3. What is the follow-up call about? Is it a job call? Thing like this? Something interesting? But there are a lot of flats that I'm looking at, good, that are very clean, very nice, but much expensive, and some of them are bigger than others. This one is just like 16 square meters, which is very small. It only have like a bathroom, but we have a rooftop. Haha. So shit happens, right? But these things, right, when I'm looking at that, not gonna abandon you, I'm gonna change time zone. Kat, if you need to make a CV, go into Google Docs and use their templates. That's it. Just use the template, change the values of the text. That's it. Do not create like a good looking CV. It's not a good idea. It's not a good idea. This one is tiny. It has a washing machine inside. It's neat. I mean, I don't know if it will be no more good time zone. It could be morning for everyone. Which, Stony, I know, sorry for you. This one is 5k a month. Can I afford 5k a month? I'm not even earning 5k a month. Looks neat, though. I need one of these. Aiden, that's good news. That is good news. So yeah, so that's the flat thingy that I'm kind of looking at the moment, but not exactly. And then going back to Phil's website, we had a bit of a delay in the thing. I wanted to change my profile picture to get something that is squared and see how it looks inside of here. Can you? I mean, I can do that, I think, right? I think if I go on the HTML class and I create... No. How do you create a non-element class? Right? Right, the asterisk is for everything, if I remember correctly. Right? So... Oh shit, did I make a mistake? I did. I made a mistake. Right. Sorry. Something don't make sense. I don't know how I can do that. Yeah, I know it's an icon right now, and it will be replaced. But I just wanted, I wanted to see how it looked. So my question would be, how the fuck do I take the entire thing and add a class that applies to everything? Is it on root? Like, can I... I mean, it's not on media. I just wanted to see if I were to just slap a border radius to the entire website. Just to check. I know you don't want radius, but I just want to see something. How would I go? Yeah, that's what I thought, but it doesn't work. Or at least I'm too dumb to do it. Ah. I was too dumb to do it. Thank you. I didn't know it was the plus. Is it border radius or corner radius? It's not. So it applies to things, but not everything. Interesting. Faster and worse. Welcome on in. And yes, border radius. Thanks a lot. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Oh. Important is before or after the semicolon. I forgot. I always forgot. After, so I basically needs to do that. But that's weird, right? Ah, it applies but not to everything. Again, weird. Oh, before the semicolon. Yeah. Now, I'm a dumbass when it comes to code, right? I just don't know shit. Aiden, don't be nervous, but be nervous. It would be fine. Oh, because you already have them set to 0 is important. So it doesn't work. The thing that I wanted to have doesn't work because you have already important things set. Okay, I get it. Sad. I just wanted, to be honest, I just wanted to break things as like a 1 pixel, a 1 pixel thing or a 2 pixel thing. I think a 1 pixel. Yeah, there is an important wall. I get it. It's not my code, so it's fine. But Fields, would you be able to change the value of rounded 0 to rounded 1 with 1 pixel to everything, just to test, or is that not an option because you have all the importance all around? No, I know 1 is not 1, but I know. I guess your round 0 is like 4 pixel, right? I mean, if you have many importance inside of everything, that's not good. But also because it's bootstrap, you may not have the ability to change all things. All right. So, thank you. Point 2. Aiden, you have plenty of time. 1 year, plenty of time. So the images. Sorry, that was very. You know what, Stony? This is for you. This is free. This is for you. The images are still sharp, sadly, but I have a question for you. Phils, what do you think of the teeny tiny radius on the corners? Is it okay? It feels it feels a bit more polished. I don't know what you think, if you agree with me or don't agree with me. Maybe you don't agree with me. That would be sad. But overall, it feels more polished, at least to me, to get the corner radius. But I know you didn't want them. And right now you are at 0.2 REMs, which is not 1 pixel. Pixel. Much French. Sorry. Yes. It feels like you might want, would, could get an interest in like the rounded one value, which is somewhere here, to make it in pixel at 1 pixel. If that's an option in Bootstrap, then do that. I wish I could just fucking change the class itself from here, but I don't think that's the case. I don't think that's the case. But yeah, no, it could be interesting to just break the corners with 1 pixel, because right now you're at 2, I think, or even, can I? Really? I mean, I have the border radius here, that is. But is it set to everything? Oh yeah, it is. So 2 point is even more subtle. So a 0.2 REMs is basically 3 pixel or 4 pixel. It was 3 pixels. So it goes over everything. That's good. If I do 2 is smaller. I think a 2 pixel border radius would just break from where you are on stream, right? You probably can't even see the difference in between this and, let's see, what is the border radius thing? Here? No. There? Nope. I can't find it back. Where the fuck is it? Did you change it? Oh no, it's there. Fuck, I'm a dumbass. So the difference between here and here, can you see that on stream? I don't even know that I mean, I don't think it's a thing that you can see. Like, can you see that? You can't. No, you can't see shit. So shit. I pressed the button. I clicked the thing. It wasn't my intention. Ah, damn it. Now I need to do the same thing again. My bad. My bad. Still dumbass. Still me. Still fine. Right, so between this and Can I place you properly? I can't, apparently. Right, between this and this. Yes, you want a moment. Did you claim it, game? Right, it's a subtle change, feels, but maybe it. I mean, not maybe. In my views, it makes the interface a bit more polished. What do you mean? It's time's a thing, Sassy. Oh, it's a time thing. Yes. So it's a moment is an event that happened on stream, and it's basically a glorified clip, and you get the ability to indefinitely say that you were part of a moment on stream. But and you couldn't claim it because you were not here when I created the moment. Yes. Sorry about that. Oh yeah, no, I can't read either. Don't worry about it. So yeah, feels maybe a 2 pixel corner radius on things will just help to make things look finished, because otherwise in 4 sharp, and I said that last time, 4 sharp seems lazy, as in. Also, the fonts that you're using is a rounded font. That makes no sense. Everything is clashing with everything. And if you... Right, I will say that. If you get square sharp corners, then you need to change the font. If you get rounded-ish corners, like 2 pixels, you can keep the rounded fonts, but I would still recommend you to change and to take another one, because, right, rounded font, not so good for screens. At a small size, they become blurry very fast. But yeah, nothing makes sense. And it feels like I triggered the mobile view for a second. Thank you, Kane. Enough rest indeed. Enough rest indeed. Oh, damn it. Drink! After.
Bad AOA, bad.
Thank you, Stony.
Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp. Womp womp.
Oh my god, it's the fucking it's the
You combining
Womp womp.
everything.
Womp womp.
It's the bear.
Ah. Thank you for the poster check. That's a lot of radius right there. Also, it does a weird thing that you can't see, but not on the right page, but it does this, which we had as a similar issue on Stony's side at some point. I remember we had like a bit of a misplacement of things, and we didn't understand exactly why that was the case. That's a weird thing. Yeah, maybe. I mean, basically what's happening, and I'm a potato now, basically what's happening is the radius is applied to everything, you also have that issue, which is on hover. Also, the UI is vibrating. That is really interesting. But yeah, you lose the corner radius right there, but you still have a bit of corner radius, which is extremely weird. And you have a dancing thing. Like, I don't know if you see the line that moves. Feels like not really. I don't know. It's weird. It's interesting. Right? It's pretty. Right? Now we can see that. You can also see that the radius changes. It's weird. It's glitching that way. It's not something that I would expect. Anyways, that's the thing, I guess. But yeah, it's also probably never gonna happen because no one will be zoomed in like this. And so I can not see that happening in regular size, so don't worry about it. Yeah, that's better. That is better. Still have the radius on the outer, but that you can't really change that. And yeah. Are there specific pages that you need help with? Like, because right now I'm just looking at things, and that doesn't mean that it's good. I mean, the feedback that I give you is good, but it might not be where you need the most feedback. So I don't know, right? We never know. Did I post that? Really? At least I posted the hedgehog. I'm fine with that. I'm okay with saying that was me. No. What are you playing, Ashley? Fra, Francesca. I have no clue what that is. Never heard of it. Sent me a page. You did. Can I? You know what? No, it's not you. That's not where I should have been. I guess it's the edit thing that doesn't go through. Nope. Don't have access to that. Or are you telling me that you are working on that specifically? Actually, I am 28? Yes. This channel. Why did it move to white? Yeah. It's fun. Add? What did I say? I guess that's, yeah. So that page specifically is the page that you're working on. That is true. You can steal everything if you wanted to. That is true. So these pages need interesting. Interesting. I think it's the container fluid that if it's bootstrap, what's the class? What is the class? What's the class for half? Is it call 6, right? The thing right here. Yeah, that's it. So that could be a thing. That could be a start-ish to make sure that the not centered for some reason. To make sure that the content is easy to access, as in people will read faster on a shorter width than a longer one. So if you just put that in at least the content inside into a half width, so 6 column rather than a 12, that will be easier for the user. However, something that you will probably tell me right away is there is a fucking lot of space on that right space right there. It's not an issue, but if it's an issue for you and you feel like it's too empty, you could either put an image there or go back to 12 columns, but it would be easier for the user at least to get that in no time. The rest is good. The rest is good in terms of micro interactions. There are things that I would recommend you to do. Like I like that tiny micro interaction of slowly pushing it back in place. That's cute. It's very cute. But right on hover, we may need some things. So let's see. Can I hover, and then background color, and then let's say it is white. Oh, I can't do that because this one is taking over. But yeah, there could be like a hover effect to make sure that the people understand that they can do something with it. If you have nothing more than the grab option, make the entire card grabbable. That could be a thing. And then one thing that I do love to do is this icon. I'm guessing. Right. I mean, right now you don't have any effect on them, so that doesn't help. But yeah, the thing that I would do here is on default having its opacity to 60%, and then on hover having them at 100%. So if you hover the card, you can see that you can delete. But if you are not like really, can I do opacity? Opacity like 0.6, right? 0.6 or even a 0.4, right? Could work. It just makes it muted compared to the rest. I think 0.4 is not accessible enough, so that's why I'm recommending 0.6. But it's just a subtle thing where on hover of the entire card, you have the background that change color, and let me see. Can I? Why doesn't it go through though? Because of you. Okay. So on hover, it could have like this thing effect kind of thing, and then on non-hover it's like this. Right? Still good enough for accessibility's sake, and I think that could work. That could help a bit. Right, cat? What did I say? Copy.ai is great. It's sad that it's paid. It's good that the free version is good enough in the beginning, but Copy.ai is great. And I mean, just helps. There is also another one that I've seen. I don't think I have liked it as much as I should have. So, did I do that? There's another one that just does copy pasting in no time. Let me see. I'm sure I liked it, but how many pairs of cheeks will I see before I can find that thing? Sorry. I have a list of links that I will share on Lemon Discord. Cat. Some of them you will like a lot, I guess. There was a guy saying that he found a website that just rephrase things, and so you copy paste from Wikipedia basically, and you just rephrase it with something that means the same thing but just different words, so that you don't have plagiarism thing going through your work. but also it was the thing that I prefer from copy.ai is it gives you more text sometimes, so that is pretty cool. It was supposed to be around here, but then I can't see shit, so I probably didn't like the thing. Fuck me. Sad. So sad. So sad. And yeah, we are the only one using the channel. So yeah, hover effect can always help on things that just makes a lot of sense. And then in terms of basic info, it's good. In terms of channel here, I mean, you have the button thingy that I talked about earlier, which will take you more than like 5 minutes for sure. And I mean, I'm saying that because I know that you will need to go through all the buttons and all the things, and it's just fucking annoying. Changing class, all that. Yeah, you like a lock, or you like a lock. You lack, or at least Bootstrap lack a lot of hover effect. Like these buttons should have an hover effect for accessibility's sake, or an active effect as well. Similarly to these, right? They are subtle, but I didn't know that, Cat. I didn't know that I could see who clicked on it. What do you mean you remove them from these? They are needed. You need hover effect on everything, like as much as possible. It triggers a lot of things. It's helpful for navigation on keyboard. It's helpful for a lot of things. So yeah. What is that? That's what we call a brutalist website, like we said yesterday. Fuck me. That's that shit. Nothing happened. The tired happened. That's what happened. That's what happened. Also, fuck off. Sorry, I'm just seeing things. We are. Thanks. Thanks a lot to Mind Explosion, Stony, and I don't know who, Maddie earlier, for gifting subs. We are currently at 80 subs. That is the highest months that I've been seeing. We usually are at like 20 because I gift 5 subs every week, basically. But damn, 80 subs. Thanks a lot. I appreciate it. Not something that I was expecting to have at some point. I mean, I was expecting to have it at some point, but not now. Not before I'm leaving. Yeah, no, I appreciate it.
It's muscle time!
Cat. Alright. Alright. Why then? Thank you. Oh, I'm leaving, Stinny. Bye. Wide are the superior pull-ups? Yes, but Vines, hi, welcome on in. You arrive close to the end. I'm looking for someone to raid, but
Ellie 78,456 is now following.
Ellie, thanks a lot for the follow. How are you? Who are you? How did you find the stream? Someone knows you, apparently. Sassy, how do you know? I said I'd be back, but I'm still looking at other people, right? Cat, good. Ha. I was in Potpot stream earlier and I said, I'll see you later, implying she will raid me, but now I'm like, you know what, let me send you back to Potpot. I think didn't I raid Potpot yesterday or something? I don't fucking know. But yeah. Or maybe, you know what? Give me a second before I click the raid now button thingy. Can I do that? Who isn't the advertise on the Clo Team thing? Nope. Mike ended the stream? Yeah. Well, no one. Who is doing a subathon? Yes, that could be a thing. It depends on what they do. Depends on what they do. Potpot is always appreciated, but right. Slashy 101. Have I seen their face before? Hey. What do they do? I don't know if it's a good time to raid, though. I don't know if it's a good time to raid because she's like eating and doing other things. I mean, even though Thubathon, right? I don't know. I'm looking. We can raid Pokimane. No, that's not an option. Never happening. Nash is good. Okay, fine. Then let's raid Slashy. Let's do that. I'm too tired. So, Fields, the thing that I was about to say is get the one second. Get the other effect happening or back to the thing. That would be good. And maybe break the corners a bit with like a 2 pixel or 1 pixel corner radius. That will help a ton to even though still sharp, will still have like a very clean looking thing. And then yeah, I think that's it. Thank you. There are some places where I would recommend you to get some transparency. So in the recommended section, or I forgot how it's called on your side, in the explore section, you have dividers across the page that are very bright. So This is too bright. I would say like a 10% opacity would help a lot in these things. But yeah, overall good and progress. Estonia, will check that out tomorrow. You know what? Let's do that tomorrow. More No Mercy tomorrow, if you're okay with that. You have no choice. So let's raid /E. First time raiding. We'll see what happens. We'll see what this is. But as always, this is the end of the stream. So if you enjoy your stay, please click the follow button. We could go up to more than 10 today, right? That could happen. If you are a sub, this is a raid message for subs. If you are not a sub, this is a raid message for non-subs. Just spam that in the chat. That would be good. And I mean, yeah, you can not be here if you want, but that's not fun if I'm looking at your stuff. Anyways, if you want to support me without giving money to Twitch, links in chat. Do that. I appreciate it. And yeah, officially I should be back tomorrow at 4:30 p.m. UTC, and then I should work on my new stream for next month. That should be on Monday. But yeah, well, I don't know. I'm scared. We'll see. Maybe it won't work. I have absolutely no clue. Anyways, I hope you have a good rest of your day. And I will see you all soon. Tomorrow, I guess. So take care of yourself. Enjoy the raid. Bye.